Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather coverage. Hope everybody's had a fantastic holidays and Merry Christmas. We are going to start out with our first tornado warning of the day here in Texas. This was just issued back over near El Campo and as well as Wharton, Texas, near Lane City. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. We actually have two different areas of rotation in this particular tornado warning, two small different supercells that have formed. Again, the first one that has been warned is the one near El Campo, so on the north side of El Campo. Broad area of circulation right now, moving northeast. It'll be approaching Wharton and going right along Route 59 over the next several minutes. And then we also have an area of rotation near Lane City. This one actually is stronger, and this is also included in the tornado warning. That is going to be heading towards 442, eventually going towards Guy, Needville, and Fairchilds. The other area of rotation will be traveling up 59, heading towards the Kendleton area, eventually going towards Rosenberg, and then eventually this particular area of storms will be on track for Houston. So a long-term track will be in the direction of Houston, Texas. So again, if you are in the pink polygon, make sure that you are seeking shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. We also have several live cameras. We have Storm Chaser Corey Gherkin with us. He is back over north of Houston. He's also live on the Radar Omega app. This is where he's at right now, near Livingston, Texas. We do have some storms that are north of Houston that are also beginning to rotate. A little bit of broad rotation right now near New Waverly, heading towards Cold Spring. I would assume that we're going to have Corey Gherkin going in the direction of this storm that has a lot of lightning and is beginning to organize more. And this one will also have a potential of producing a tornado. Back over near the Woodlands, just northwest of Houston, we have a few storms that have formed here. Much more disorganized storm activity right now, but I do think we could end up seeing a tornado out of this activity sometime soon. So make sure, again, if you're anywhere in this area, that you are staying weather aware near Houston. Tornado warning has already been updated. Let me just check and see if they put anything on here. So it is still radar indicated. They just updated this tornado warning. Right now producing less than 3/4 inch sized hail, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. No correlation coefficient signature right now, but again, we have two different couplets right now in the El Campo and Wharton areas moving northeast. So again, make sure that you're seeking shelter if you are in the pink polygon. Also, just a little heads up, let's go ahead and go over to the Storm Prediction Center update for today. Obviously, our video this morning was filmed before we had a 10% hatched risk, and this got actually issued around 11:15 or so Eastern time, so this is pretty recent. But we now have a 10% hatched tornado risk today across southeast Texas. So around Houston, the Woodlands, Jasper, Lufkin, and back through Beaumont, there is going to be a potential for a couple of strong tornadoes this afternoon and as well as this evening. So make sure that you have a tornado action plan ready to go and have multiple ways to receive alerts, as it will likely be a pretty active afternoon and evening, as several tornadoes, perhaps even a tornado outbreak, will be possible today. 2% tornado risk and the 5% tornado risk do go as far north as Arkansas, as far east as western Mississippi, and then as far to the west as areas just outside of Dallas, which is where we still have some storms ongoing, but for the most part, they've now moved east of Waco. We are done when it comes to a tornado threat around the Dallas-Fort Worth area, Waco, Austin, and San Antonio. The risk is now moving further to the east, and we do expect a potentially significant severe weather day here across southeast Texas and southwest Louisiana. Definitely make sure that you are staying weather aware today and have multiple ways to receive alerts. Now, we do have some updates that I want to share with you while we don't have anything confirmed quite yet. Fun little thing that we'll be using on the streams from here on out is a new camera system. This is something we've been trying to make for quite a while. Let me go and see if I can drag it over here. It's a little bit laggy. This is what it looks like right here. So we have an entire database essentially of cameras that we will have on stream. So we have different ones throughout Louisiana. We have several in Texas. So we'll be using this. We have tons of different cameras just set into this database, and it's super easy for me to flip between different cameras. So if we go bottom right, let's go ahead and pull up, for example, Texas City. That is the Radar Omega camera back over in Texas City. If we go over to, let's change that Texas City one to something different. Let's go to like Dickinson, Texas, for example. Let me try this and send, I think that's number 1. So you should be able to see it. It'll load in a second, but we have tons of different cameras now that we can just flip between, which makes it very easy. That, I believe, is still Texas City. Let me try to get to the other one. All right, there we go. So this will be Dickinson, Texas. The names don't change yet, but I can manually do it. They'll automatically change in the near future, but there you go. That's Texas City, or that's going to be Dickinson, Texas there at the bottom right. So we can basically flip between tons of different cameras when something interesting is happening. So that's a little cool feature that we'll have on these live streams now. And this is also back over in Shreveport, Louisiana. So a little windy, pretty wet out there, a lot of rain falling up there. So kind of a little cool feature that we have. Let me go back to, we'll add this back to Texas City here. And then we'll go back over to Corey Gherkin, who is at least positioning as of right now back over just to the east of the Woodlands and as well as Huntsville. So that's what we're watching right now. Thank you, Emo, for becoming an 8-month member. Appreciate it. Welcome back to the Velocities. Also, thank you to Aiden for the super chat. The Max Attack is back in action. This is our first severe weather live stream, or even live stream in general, in like, I don't even know how long. It's been a long time. I think it's been 55 days. It's been quite a while. Thank you also, Brandy, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. All right, let me look at chat here. Yeah, the camera access that we have now is super helpful. It's going to make streaming this sort of stuff way easier because we're able to just flip between different cameras when we need to. So it'll make things a lot easier for sure. We do have a clean Texas camera, but I think it's down right now. Let me go back over to here. Let's go to Iowa, Louisiana, maybe? Do that. This is going to be over in Iowa, Louisiana. Let's do that. Bada bing, bada boom. All right. We'll go back to Corey once he's a little bit closer to a storm. He is currently just driving, so we'll go to him once he's positioned a little bit differently here. Thank you, Nick, for becoming a 6-month member. Half a year of supporting the Cheese Curd Fund. I appreciate that. Thank you, Waco, also for the 8 months. Will Waco, Texas see snow this year? It's definitely possible. It's definitely possible. I think if we see any snow, it'll probably be in February in Texas. As a reminder, if you are just tuning in, again, we do have an active tornado warning near El Campo, Lane City, and Wharton. Again, 2 areas of rotation that we are looking at. Latest radar scan, a little bit broader on both of them. We may have just had a brief tornado near Lane City. The one over northeast of El Campo, a bit broader on the last few scans. One of the biggest things that we'll be watching for today is the amount of lightning with these storms. Since these storms are not really going to be that tall, they're going to be relatively close to the ground. I don't really anticipate us having many supercells that are producing lots of lightning, but the ones that are gonna be the ones that we have to watch for the greatest tornado threat. For example, a lot of lightning right now near the Woodlands on the north side of Houston. Let's go back over to the base velocities here, see if there's any rotation anywhere. Looks like we may have a little bit of rotation near Sterling Ridge maybe trying to form. Let me match this up. No, that's not rotation. There isn't really a whole lot of rotation with this yet, at least with the terminal radar site. We do have broad rotation aloft, but it's not very strong. But it's a pretty disorganized area of storms. If we get anything discrete here, I almost definitely think we'll have a tornado with that activity. And then this right here, back over near New Waverly and 150, we do have a broad area of rotation here. Corey Gherkin's going to be in the track of that. And I do think we're going to have a view with Corey here in a few minutes of this storm. So once that happens, we'll go to him. He actually might be launching his drone. So if he's launching his drone, we'll go to him. We'll have a better view of that storm in just a moment. Yeah, so we have Cheese Curd the cat as well. Cheese Curd is currently sleeping, but if she is up and awake, I will show you my cat Cheese Curd. Thank you, Malicious, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, Spring Forward, for the 3 months. How's it going? Thank you, Taz, also for the $10 super chat. Yeah, Indiana's been crazy this year. We've had some crazy weather across much of the United States, including Indiana. It has been quite the year. And it looks like, by the way, apparently, the fire department near El Campo reported a possible tornado. Before I finish that thought, we may have just had a tornado near El Campo, according to the fire department. So, just a heads up. Possible tornado near El Campo moments ago, reported by the fire department. There is actually, yeah, okay, so per recent transmissions in Wharton County, which is the storm that we're on right now, there may have just been a brief tornado, so that happened near El Campo. So more than likely, just had our first tornado of the day. Just like that. which was pretty brief. We didn't have anything confirmed on radar. Again, we are in a bit of a radar hole out here, but the rotation was briefly tight on the northeast side of El Campo. So I definitely wouldn't rule out that we had a tornado there. Okay, this is the thought I wanted to finish. So, for those that are just tuning in, haven't looked at social media or anything, again, this is the risk for today, right? We have an enhanced risk in southeast Texas, potential small-scale tornado outbreak today. This is Saturday, which we're going to be live Saturday because of this. We already have an enhanced risk for severe weather in Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, and parts of Arkansas. And we think that there will be a full-fledged tornado outbreak on Saturday here in the lower Mississippi Valley. Very favorable environment by the looks of it. So there is a good chance that we will be live on the channel. So obviously, if you are new, make sure to subscribe down below. Definitely a good chance we'll be live on Saturday. Tomorrow will be probably more of a break day because there's not going to be much tomorrow. This is tomorrow's risk. Again, just a small marginal threat, maybe an isolated tornado or wind event here in Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, or Louisiana, but definitely not anything that we'd really go live for unless something really cranked tomorrow, which I don't think there will be much. But definitely a good chance it'll be live on Saturday. So we could have 2 live streams before 2024 is over. I honestly thought we might not have any more live streams this year. It's been very quiet recently. Thank you, Paula, for becoming a 7-month member. Thank you, Anthony, for the $5 super chat. Thank you also, Joe Hoff, for the $5 super chat. Yeah, Ohio's been pretty boring. I don't know if there's going to be much here anytime soon. Let's go to Corey Gherkin. He does currently have his drone up on a storm that does have a little bit of rotation. Also, if the audio's too quiet or too loud, just let me know. I don't think he's really talking, though, right now. This is a live drone shot. This is back up near Livingston, Texas, watching a storm that has begun to rotate. Thank you, Storm Chaser Gabe, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, Peyton, also for becoming a member. Thank you, Rick, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Good to see you as well, Rick. Thank you, Michael, for the $20 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Michael. Appreciate the generosity. I did not have Culver's today. I have not had Culver's in probably about a week. It's not been that long, but it's been a bit. Thank you, Taz, for the super chat. W's. You got the pink tornado badge. Appreciate you being a member. Thank you, Matthew, for the 6 months as well.
Shut off, of course.
Appreciate that. We are using Radar Omega for our radar today. If you want to download Radar Omega, it is the top link in the description below. W's in the chat for Radar Omega for sponsoring today's stream. It's a fantastic weather app. We've been using it for a little over a year and a half, I think, now. It's been very fun to use. Really enjoy using it.
You're Superman, I know.
It's very easy to use, too. It was, like, slightly hard to learn for the first, like, 10 minutes. I kind of figured it out. Thank you, Amanda, for the 7-month membership. Appreciate it. What if Cheese Curd caused this? Dude, Cheese Curd has been meowing at me for the last, like, 24 hours straight. I have no clue why. Like, I have zero clue why. She's, like, literally just keeps meowing at me. I've given her food. I've given her water. I've played with her, everything. And she just non-stop meowing at me the last 24 hours. So maybe this is a sign. Maybe she was giving us a sign that we might have some tornadoes today.
Go west of us.
It's the first time that she's just meowed, like, non-stop.
Just in case.
She might be summoning the tuna. Who knows?
Rebecca, thank you for your member for 15 months. Man, time's flying, guys. Time is flying.
Hey, if you're just tuning in, this is Corey Gherkin. Again, this is a live drone shot right now. This is not a live camera. Well, I mean, it's a live camera, but it's a live drone. It's not actually like a traffic camera or anything. Yeah, we're looking at a storm near Livingston, Texas that is currently at least rotating a little bit. The Wharton, Texas tornado warning is beginning to lose its stride with rotation, so that tornado warning might get canceled. I want to go back to radar real quick. We do have another area of rotation that has become a bit, it's beginning to develop near West Columbia. That'll be eventually moving towards Manville long term, so around Houston. Further west, we have a little mezzo maybe developing east of Victoria. So right now, the prime area for an initial tornado threat seems to be just southwest of Houston. And again, it's going to take a little bit of time for these to really get going, but we do think that in the next few hours, we could be talking about a tornado outbreak. I think the peak for tornadoes today will be between 5 and 8. That's just kind of my opinion here. Just kind of looks like this might be right around and just after sunset. So that's what we'll be looking at there. The tornado warning has now been canceled, so they've gone ahead and canceled that tornado warning, so we are back down to 0 tornado warnings. We have no warnings actually at all, just special weather statements. With that said, let's go back to Corey Gherkin with that drone shot on the storm near Livingston, Texas. It should load in a second. Maybe it won't. Let me try this.
Went to North Carolina, back to Toledo.
There's
now
the
we're
drone
over
shot.
here.
Thank you, Shelly, for becoming a 6-month member.
All in
Appreciate
like 2.5 days.
Thank you, Perfect, for the super chat. Do you think Iowa gets snow around New Year's? I would say there's a chance. I would give it like a 30-40% chance.
Lightning, guys. I'm
Definitely possible.
excited.
Thank you, Rawl, also for becoming a member.
Thank
you, Lady, for the 5 months.
So long while we had the snow.
Appreciate it. Yeah, we're not in college right now. I'll be back in college in a couple weeks, but I'm on winter break right now. Finished the semester.
I'm getting all
was on the dean's list. Finished with like a 3.7 GPA or something. 3.6. I don't know the exact number, but it was something up there. Pretty good semester. One last semester to go, and then we're going to be pretty much just doing this all the time. Thank you, Micah, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you also, Peyton, for the 1 month. Or, sorry, for the one gifted member.
I don't know what it was about doing.
Can you guys hear Corey, by the way? Is it too loud, too quiet, just right?
I went to Florida for just kind of get a little break and a little reset, just because like the seasonal depression's been kicking my butt. That didn't work because of weather.
How's Greenville, Texas looking? I think Greenville's going to be pretty quiet
for
the most part today.
Basically sat in the hotel most of the time. But doing that RV thing,
Greenville's kind of going to just see rain at this point. That's about it. Severe weather's kind of diminishing there. I do want to quickly go to a Louisiana camera. Let's go to camera 8, maybe. And let's pull up. Send this to 3. This is a live shot out of Shreveport, Louisiana. This is live. Can't tell what's going on there on the roadway. I don't know if that's an accident. I don't really know. I can't tell. But that might be an accident. But there was a lightning flash here just a moment ago. So it's back over near Shreveport. Go to live radar. And yeah, there's definitely a storm here. Bottom right of your screen. Little thunderstorm moving in. Lots of rain. Possibly an accident, though, there. Corey's loud? Okay. Let me go back to Corey and turn him down.
Yeah, see more of the stuff to our south-southwest.
Alright, that should be better. If it's not, let me know. It's an accident in Shreveport? Okay. Yeah, Saturday's going to be a big day. Let me go back to live radar here. And let me show you what we're looking at right now. So this, I'm going to show you both today and Saturday. There is a photo of the tornado that happened in El Campo, Texas. It was a large cone, multi-vortex. The photo is going to be on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I'll see if I can show it. I'm not sure I can. I don't think I can, but it is retweeted on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. We did have a tornado in El Campo. It kind of looked like it was in a field, but it's hard to tell. I think the tornado happened on the northeast side of El Campo. Let me see if I can find... there might be video of it. I was going to show you what we're looking at for today and tomorrow and Saturday, but... This is a view of it right here. So that was the tornado in El Campo only about 10 minutes ago. So we did have a tornado in El Campo. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to see if I can get the video of this so you guys can see it better. Not sure if we'll be able to. If we get the video, I'll let you guys know. So, that was moments ago back over near El Campo. Now, again, that was with the tornado warning, so we know it's no longer in progress, but we did have a tornado with that about 10-15 minutes ago. Also, Tornado Watch has been canceled for North Texas. So, North Texas no longer in a tornado watch. So, just heads up. So, North and Central Texas no longer in a tornado watch. Also, just a little update. We do have a little bit of rotation that's beginning to intensify west of the West Columbia area of Texas. So again, continue to stay weather aware. Little mezzo trying to form. It's a very small storm. I mean, it's gonna again have to tower higher for that to produce a tornado. These storms are gonna be really struggling because there's not a whole lot of instability. Even the smallest pocket of instability though can really help these storms to, you know, basically take it into second gear. Not seeing any rotation really near the woodlands right now. Maybe some like higher elevated rotation. This is the storm that Corey Gherkin is near right now, near Cold Spring. So there is rotation there. So we are watching that. But it's still relatively broad. That's the storm that Corey is near. So if he has a view of anything, we'll obviously go to him. Alright, let me look at chat, and I'll go back into what I was going to say. Thank you, Carson, for the $5 super chat. How's it going, Carol? Carson says hi. Okay, this is what I was going to show you guys. Let's go to regional. Alright, so this is the risk for today, the tornado parameter values. So this is for today. So this is what we're looking at for the tornado threat. So again, relatively favorable environment here over the next few hours. Again, the tornado threat should peak really around, I would say, 5 to 8 o'clock. We'll have a potential for a few tornadoes over the next several hours. Potential strong tornado threat will exist. The tornado threat will diminish, I think, a little after sunset. So sometime after like 10 or 11, I think the tornado threat is relatively close to 0, but it's still going to exist, I think. It's just going to be a very low threat into the overnight hours throughout parts of Louisiana and Mississippi. And then eventually, as we go into Saturday, that's when things get very concerning, in my opinion. The values right around lunchtime will start to really increase. If we go beyond the 12 p.m. time frame on Saturday, you'll notice that there is a pretty large area here where we're gonna have a lot of wind shear and also a pretty good amount of instability, and there could be several rounds of severe storms on Saturday. And so I do think there's gonna be a potential on Saturday again for a tornado outbreak, and I think it's pretty likely that we're gonna have one with the environment that is currently being forecasted. So again, very good chance they'll be live again on Saturday, in addition to what we're going to be live with today. Enhanced risk for Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi, and parts of Alabama. And again, we have a slight risk across those states as well, even into Texas. Definitely gonna be something to watch for. Again, this particular event, it's still early on. You know, there could be some changes over the next 48 hours, but there's pretty high confidence that we're gonna be dealing with at least some level of severe weather. Again, how significant it is still to be determined, but we do think it'll be a significant severe weather outbreak. So that's what we'll be watching for. All right. What time Saturday? It could be pretty much all day. Right now, I would say for Saturday, we're gonna be talking about. I'll give it like a time frame between anywhere from like 11 to 12 p.m. or 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. I mean, up until like midnight. It could be pretty much an all-day event. There could be several rounds of severe storms. So, a lot of lightning right now north of Houston. Quite a bit of lightning right now. And nothing severe here, just gusty winds, a lot of lightning. But we are still watching for the potential for an isolated tornado threat even up here. Moderate risk on Saturday? I think it's possible. I definitely think Saturday we could have a moderate risk. For reference, this is where the 10% hatch tornado risk is, so we are now just dabbling into this environment with the storms that are just off to the north of Houston. And then these storms southwest of Houston really, I think, have to be watched very closely. Again, if anything's able to mature, I think we could have a significant tornado out of this activity. So we are watching that closely. Nothing imminent, but we are still watching this particular area with several supercells that have begun to at least try to form here. Nothing has fully materialized aside from the El Campo tornado that we just had. So we're watching it closely. Thank you, Joseph, for the $5 super chat. Spring Branch, Texas. Spring Branch. Talking about north of San Antonio, or are you talking about the one near Houston? Talking about the one near San Antonio, you're already done with severe weather today. 2 accidents? There is an accident, and I know there's an accident here in Louisiana. This is that live shot out of Shreveport. This is currently where we have an accident. Traffic is built up quite a bit. A lot of rain falling. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, we're not really going to speculate, but hydroplaning is definitely a possibility with how much rain has fallen in Shreveport. So definitely something to kind of keep in mind. Also, little heads up, we have a new chaser today. Storm Chaser Mezzo Hunter is with us today. This is a brand new chaser that we'll likely have on our channel more in the future, especially for Texas severe weather events. I think he is currently... Just double check.
Near Robeson.
There's a location thing on his screen, but he's near the Crockett area of Texas. So he's a little bit... He's kind of on the north side right now of the special weather statements. So we have, yet again, another storm chaser. And again, if he's too loud, let me know. I think he might have been too loud.
So we're now on 287, heading south.
Joseph, nothing right now near Houston. But again, I think the threat for you will be anywhere from about now until about 6 or 7 o'clock. Thank you, Whitney, for the $5 super chat. What's the risk for Southeast Louisiana on Saturday? I'd say the risk is going to be greatest to your north. We'll have a more detailed video on what to expect tomorrow, so stay tuned for that. But we'll have a video tomorrow at some point talking about it. I think the risk will be greatest to your north. Lower tornado risk in like the New Orleans area. Hunter, PGA, what are you talking about? Hunter reported what? All right, give me one moment. I might have another photo of this tornado that we had in El Campo. So just wait a second. Should have that in a moment. There's apparently a new tornado happening. Okay, so possibly an unwarned tornado right now near Wharton. So we just had another tornado in the last 5 minutes near Wharton. That is perhaps unwarned. But I think it may have lifted again. But we just had another tornado near Wharton. Thank you, Olivia, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. Hope everything's going well there in Indiana. Apparently, according to emergency management as well, as of 2:41, which was 4 minutes ago, we had a tornado ongoing near Wharton. Which would again be associated with this. And presumably, if there is or was a tornado, it would be somewhere on the north side of Wharton near 59. Nothing really definitive on radar, so... Cannot say for certain that we have something right now, but... This is the tornado that we just had moments ago. This is from Tempest Tracker on Twitter. So this was the tornado. Small little dangly tornado, non-condensed. And then I think he had a different view as well. This was the one from 220, so this was the cone that we had at 220. Much larger tornado, obviously, a large multi-vortex just outside of Wharton near El Campo. That was at 220. And from Tempest Tracker on Twitter. And again, those are on our Twitter page if you want to see them again, at MaxVelocityWX in full view. All right, thank you, Gorilla, for the $10 super chat. Can we get a cat cam? I'm thinking about adding one. I'm not sure where I'm going to put it, but I'm getting another cat tower. So once I get that, I'll probably put it somewhere around this desk, and then we'll have a cat camera. So yeah, we'll have a cat camera here soon. Thank you, Sleeping, for the super chat. That's good to hear. Yeah, nothing really too crazy thus far. Again, we had that tornado near El Campo. Aside from that, just broad, you know, rotation. Nothing like near the ground right now or anything like that. I'd say really the most concerning storm that we're looking at probably would be near Livingston or near Woodlands. But neither of these are really rotating that much. It's just broad. Mostly just gusty winds and a lot of lightning. Put the cam on the cat. Well, the cat's not in here, so she is actively sleeping. Thank you, Coach, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Thank you also, Lunar, for the super chat. Lake Charles Risk will be around in just after sunset. Here's the sounding. This is from Hunter Hurley. This is the sounding that we had with that tornado that just happened near El Campo. Got veering profile. Pretty good wind shear near the surface as well. Temperature and dew point relatively close together, so pretty moist. Dew point of 68. Pretty decently curved hodograph as well. So pretty favorable environment. Again, instability isn't really crazy, but we have some instability. As the theoretical sounding on the wrap in that particular area near El Campo. Today's busting. I wouldn't say it's busting yet. Again, it's very early. I honestly, like, I feel like we went live maybe a little early, but I do think, again, the peak will be between 5 and 8. If we end up seeing a peak, which I think we will, it would probably be between 5 and 8. So, I think the peak will more than likely happen kind of in this area here, right near the Gulf Coast. Thank you, Gorilla, for the super chat. Cat cam needs to replace radar view. Kitty needs #1 priority. Don't know how many people are going to agree with that. Let's put Mezzo Hunter up on the bottom right. We'll go back to Corey as well. Thank you, Drunkenado, for the $5 super chat. What a name. Anything for Springfield, Missouri tomorrow? Not really, aside from rain. Thank you, Sleeping, for the super chat. Thank you also, Misty, for the super chat. I prefer not to have a tornado. I agree. I'd watch a cheese curd stream. Imagine we had a 24/7 stream on my second channel that was just looking at a cat. That'd be crazy. What website do I use? It's actually an app. It's called Radar Omega. That's what I'm currently using. If you want to download it, is the top link in the description. Let's go back to full cam and let's go to 8. This is, again, live in Shreveport, Louisiana, but I just want to go through some of the cameras that we have currently up and going. This is actually live at an accident in Shreveport. Traffic is very backed up, a lot of rain falling there. This is Killeen, Texas. Assuming it loads. Maybe not. There you go. This is over in Killeen, Texas. This is where we have now had a frontal boundary push through. It is clear skies for the most part over in Killeen. This is back over in Dickinson, Texas. Load in a second. Dickinson, Texas. This is just south of Houston. Clouds are moving very fast there. This is on the Radar Omega cyclone port. Aside from that, all the other cameras are mostly just cloudy skies. But pretty cool. Pretty cool stuff. Oops. Alright. By the way, Hayden, if you see anything or any cameras that have anything interesting, just let me know. I'll put them up. How'd you get the name Cheese Curd? It was named Cheese. She was named Cheese at the shelter, and I was like, wow, how ironic. Might as well name it Cheese Curd. It's literally that's how it came to be. There's a ton of people with photos of this tornado. You guys see any photos on Twitter of the El Campo tornado? Just at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Here's the latest from NATOcast for today. This is, again, an experimental tool, but It's been pretty accurate in the past, and I honestly agree with this. I really do think the greatest tornado threat is going to be around sunset here, right along the Louisiana and Texas border. They have a 15% tornado risk there with a hatched risk there as well. I think it's going to be a pretty short window when it comes to this strong tornado risk. But I really do think this is going to happen around or just after sunset. Like, I just think it's going to be the peak sometime. I mean, this is what the future radar looks like for reference. So this is what it is approximately now. I mean, even now it's not very accurate because we don't have storms in Houston. Let me see if the 20Z is any more. Oh, it's just coming in. Let me look at the 19Z. The 19Z also has kind of the same story. It looks very messy on the 19Z. Nothing really organized. I mean, even the 18Z doesn't have much, but it does show, again, possibly some supercells there near Beaumont and Lake Charles. I still think the greatest tornado threat will be around or just after sunset. But we're still watching for that potential here over the next couple of hours. Thank you, JJ, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. I think NATOcast earlier had a 30% tornado risk. For the record, this is, I think, yeah, this one had earlier. It had a 30% tornado risk earlier. On the 14Z tornado risk. Very small 30% right along the Louisiana and Texas border. Basically the same area as what we're talking about right now. So, yeah, it did have it earlier. Will it pan out? We'll see. You have a couple small, broad areas of rotation near Lane City and Damon. I wouldn't be surprised if this one tries to produce a tornado just southwest of Needville and east of El Campo. Definitely an area that we're watching for closely. Lots of lightning right now north of Houston still. Tons and tons of lightning. What about Orlando, Florida? I don't think Orlando, Florida is going to see severe weather today. Thank you, Kaylee, for the super chat. Appreciate it. The Wharton Sheriff's Office reported a tornado at Loop 183 and CR 428 as of about 10 minutes ago. Here was the initial tornado report. Near the southwest side, actually, of Wharton is where our first tornado was confirmed by photos and videos, which we've already shown you. We'll probably show them again here in a minute. But this is on the southwest side of Wharton. So that is where we had a tornado as of about half an hour ago. And Tempest Tracker on Twitter had pretty good photos of it. And this is the view of that tornado. So again, multi-vortex tornado about half an hour ago. I'm honestly not sure how much Tempest Tracker has storm chased. I don't think he has a ton. And it's pretty impressive that he was able to capture that. I could be wrong, but I'm not entirely sure. That is a very impressive photo. Thank you, Drew, for the super chat. Do you think New York will see an uptick in tornadoes? I don't think New York is going to see much of anything for tornadoes until next year, to be honest. I think it's going to be a while. The blast for the $5 super chat. I don't know what that means, but I appreciate the super chat. Who took that photo? Tempest Tracker on Twitter. A bad accident where I live. There is one on. Anybody know the number for the traffic cam in? Anybody know the traffic cam number in Louisiana for that accident? So I can put it up on screen. I don't remember what number it was. Camera 3. camera 3. Let's go to 8. It's not 3. Thought my cat was in here. If anybody finds it, let me know. Alright, we're starting to see a little uptick in rotation. Again, still a couple couplets right now that are attempting to form near Wharton, Texas. Near Wharton and Needville. We're still watching those areas. Yeah, there's a little rotation right now near Lane City. Could see a tornado warning here soon. We'll have to wait and see. But there's a little bit of rotation right now near New Gulf and Lane City. Thank you, Vicky, for becoming a 17-month member. Is the cat confused on why you talk to a computer all day? I don't think so. He's kind of just used to it, I guess. It's on 8. Not on 8 either. Number 60. Okay. It is number 60. The bottom right of your screen will be that accident. That's in, again, Shreveport, Louisiana. This is I-220 on Blanchard Road. Pretty big accident, because that road's been like that since we started the stream, pretty much. Yeah, we might get a tornado warning here soon for one of these storms. Again, I wouldn't be surprised on the one east of Wharton. A little broad rotation again developing near El Campo. Freeport, Texas? What's going on in Freeport? Oh, look at this. We got a little storm coming off the water right now near Freeport, Texas. This is actually going to be heading in the direction of the Radar Omega cyclone port, so we'll have a live view of this storm once it moves more to the north. Definitely could see a tornado warning here in a few minutes near Freeport. Actually, kind of surprised there isn't one, because that's tight rotation right there near Freeport. Granted, it's a little bit off the ground, but it's definitely looking relatively organized, just coming off water right now. I mean, right now on radar, we have about 4 different areas of at least broad rotation. The strongest one being the one near Lake Jackson, just south of Houston. Has my cat been on my keyboard yet? It's been on my desk. Hasn't really been on my keyboard yet, though. Let me see. Let me pull up the Texas camera here. Near Dickinson, Texas. Dickinson, and we got Texas City. This is not far from the southern storm that is rotating. See if we can see anything. Should be up here in a second. Hey, Patrick, for the Venmo. What's the risk for tornadoes in Alaska? I'd say it's a pretty low chance today. Alright, bottom right is going to be Dickinson, Texas. The camera's actually moving around right now. Let me go full cam to it. Or was moving around, now it's stationary. This is what it looks like in Dickinson. Dickinson, Texas is, let me get the mileage from the storm. It's about 38, 39 miles to the northeast of the storm that is currently rotating. And these storms, for the most part right now in southeast Texas, are moving northeast at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. So hypothetically, if this storm made it there, it would be there in about, I mean, it would probably be visible on this within about 30 minutes, but it would be more visible in about an hour. Maybe an hour and a half. Corey Gherkin just said he thinks this storm up here, let me go back to the live radar. He thinks this storm right here is starting to turn right. So potentially going to produce a tornado at some point near Livingston. And Corey Gherkin is back up here near Livingston. So we're going to be watching this storm very closely. Mostly rural out here, but there are a few towns like Livingston and Woodville that are in the close track of this storm. Also got a storm forming right here, back over near the Texas and Louisiana border. This one isn't really looking like it's going to produce a tornado imminently, but I wouldn't rule out something down the road. Looks like it's mostly moving north right now. I wouldn't say it's imminent, but definitely something we'll be watching for. Hey, GWM for the super chat. I'm in Pasadena. Am I good? Let me look where Pasadena is. Pasadena is still in the risk. I would say probably through about 7 or 8 o'clock tonight, you're going to be in the threat for severe weather. Again, we think that tornado threat's going to uptick here in the next couple hours. Still at rotation right now, right over Freeport, Texas. Moving towards Oyster Creek. No CC drop or anything, but not tornado warned. A little surprised by that. It's a very small little storm, but again, I wouldn't rule out a tornado with that one. Maybe a brief one. Let me go back over to the Echo Tops. This is about 15 minutes old. Not gonna have great data. Let's see what it kind of shows for the peak. Around 30,000 feet. The storms are around 40,000 feet tall near Wharton, so a little bit more matured over here. The one that's just coming off the water is definitely low to the ground. It's not really towering that tall. Again, not a whole lot of instability, so that's one of the biggest problems today. With today's setup. But if the environment cranks a little bit here in the next couple hours, there's definitely a chance for a tornado outbreak. Thank you, Glenn, for the super chat. Appreciate that. I want to see cheese curd. You guys will see. You'll see cheese curd at some point. Not sure when, but you'll definitely see her at some point. She is actively sleeping. I am retweeting another video on Twitter of the tornado in El Campo, Texas, at Max Velocity WX. I'm going to see as well if I can show you guys just on the stream. Give me 1 second. It's actual video of it. Once again, I don't know. For some reason, you can't, like, contact people on Facebook. It's weird. But the video is on Twitter. At Max Velocity WX. Big tornado happened in El Campo about 30 minutes ago. Alright, let me go back to... I'll put Corey back at the bottom right. Thank you, HSF, for the super chat. The cat last one. Also, how will Richmond, Texas be? Good look at Richmond. Grapeland, Texas. Or is Grapeland or is it Grapevine? Isn't Grapeland in DFW? Or is that down here in Houston? I don't remember. But for Richmond, Texas, the threat is going to be really over the next couple of hours. We do have a storm that actually is a hook right now near Rosenberg, so this might try to organize into something. Got a little hook echo trying to form here near I-69, moving northeast. Got a little hook on this storm too near the Rosh Hashanah area, just south of Houston. So it looks like we're starting to see these storms organize just a little bit there, just southwest of Houston. Otherwise, just again, broad rotation on a lot of these storms right now. Broad rotation in several different areas. I think the one that we're going to have to keep our eye close to over the next several minutes will be the one just southwest of Houston. That one's definitely starting to develop into a bit more of a matured supercell. we have a update from Christmas Eve. We would have probably been live on Christmas Eve if it wasn't for it being Christmas Eve. There was a confirmed EF0 tornado in Freestone County, Texas, just now confirmed. This was a tornado that was on the ground for about 1 minute. A 1 minute Christmas Eve tornado. 75 yards for its max width. It was on the ground for half a mile. That is something. That was on Christmas Eve. Freestone County is back up southeast of DFW somewhere. I think it was back over near Tague. Yeah, this is like in the Tague and Fairfield area, I'm pretty sure. At least somewhere in this vicinity. So officially had a confirmed tornado just a couple days ago on Christmas Eve. We were tweeting about it on our Twitter, and as well as on Facebook, we're posting about the tornado warning. So obviously, if you're not already, make sure you're following us on those social media platforms, because we do post a lot of updates when we are not live. In some cases, we will not be, like Christmas Eve, for example. We were not able to go live. Thank you, accounts, for the $5 super chat. Will there be tornadoes at 5:17 p.m.? I don't know where those coordinates are. That looks kind of like Alaska. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not looking at latitude and longitude. Appreciate the super chat. Still got a couple storms with hook echoes, again, just south and southwest of Houston. It's only a matter of time, I think, until one of these produces a tornado. We are starting to see them organize more. They're right now moving kind of a bit more, it looks like, to the left. So if they take more of a right turn, I do think a tornado threat is going to increase. What's the direction of travel on these storms? Most of them are moving northeast at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. You should make a shirt that says, "All I want for Christmas is a twister." I don't know if anybody is looking for a twister on Christmas. I'm not gonna lie. Now, with that said, we did make a Happy Holidays t-shirt for this year. That looks like this. It has a tornado and a reef, so I guess it's kind of like that. It just doesn't say all I want for Christmas is a twister. I just don't know, though, if people are really going to want that. Sounds terrible. Imagine waking up Christmas morning and a tornado hits you. Like, that's a terrible idea, in my opinion. Arkansas going to get anything? A lot of rain. There is a low risk, at least for some damaging winds, maybe a brief tornado. Not really seeing anything rotating up here at this point. It'll probably be a little bit until we actually have anything like that. Just a good amount of thunderstorms moving to the north and a lot of rain. I think the biggest thing will be rain up there. Thank you, Waco, for the super chat. I got a car wash at the dealership today, and that's why there's a hatch tornado risk. Alrighty. Thank you, King, for the $10 super chat. Is Prescott, Arkansas in the crosshairs? I really think anywhere in Arkansas today, it's going to be a very low risk of severe weather. Isolated damaging winds, perhaps a little bit of hail. Brief tornadoes possible, but the tornado risk, in my opinion, up there is very low to zero. So I'm not super concerned. Also, in Houston right now, we might have some rotation developing on the west side of Houston. Yeah, we do have some rotation developing right over Houston. And this storm has a hook echo as well. This one's quickly developing. We could get a tornado warning in Houston here in a few minutes. On the west and northwest side of Houston, a little bit of rotation. Hayden, is there any cameras here that you know of? The storm on the west side of Houston, though, looks pretty concerning. This is by far the strongest rotation that we've seen in the, at least, Houston metro here so far today. And we have several storms that have begun to rotate just southwest of Houston. But this one right here on the west side of Houston is definitely concerning. We have a new radar scan coming in, so we'll see what it looks like. There's a hook echo on this storm. Latest scan, not really as strong, but this one's definitely something we need to keep a close eye on. Again, look at the storm structure as well. We got a hook echo and everything. Thank you, Double A, for the super chat. Same to you. Hope you had a good Christmas as well. We'll talk more about Mississippi and Memphis area on my video tomorrow, or perhaps later in the stream. We'll talk more about it. Also, this storm near Thompson's, we do have a little hook on this one now. A little bit of rotation. Same thing goes for this storm near 69. We also have a hook here. Got a hook here. I mean, we got several storms now that have hooks. Several of them are at least beginning to rotate. So right now, in the Houston area, we got this one that's probably going to try to drop a tornado soon. And we got 3 right here that are rotating. We got the one coming off the water. Things are definitely starting to ramp up here. We got 5 different storms that are rotating. I mean, technically more than that. We got the other one over here near Bay City that's rotating. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 are in and around Houston that are beginning to rotate. Probably going to get a tornado warning here in the next few minutes on one of these. My guess would be the one near Houston, because the one near Houston is really starting to clear up quite a bit. Storm looks very impressive on radar. If there are any, hey, if there's any traffic cameras that have a picture view of this, I'll also look at that. I don't know if there are any. Yeah, but we are starting to see an uptick in activity for sure right now. We're probably going to start seeing tornado warnings left and right here within the next half hour. And again, we got several storms that have begun to organize. These are the four different ones that we're watching are all around Houston. Are there really no cameras in Houston? Or traffic cameras? Hey, Valerie for the super chat. Beaumont, not really much right now, but I think the threat will increase right around about 6 to 7 o'clock. Houston's Transtar? Okay, let me look. Let's see what we got for cameras in Houston. Let me give this to Hayden. Hey, PGA, if you want to look at the link too, if you see anything interesting, just let me know. This is one view. I mean, these photos are going to be super low quality, but this is one view in the Houston area. Very ominous skies near Katy and Bingle. Also, Corey Gherkin and Brandon think we're going to get a tornado warning here shortly in Houston. Listening to them right now. This storm near Sugarland is coming together pretty quickly, too. Might get a tornado in Sugarland here in a few minutes, or at least something trying to develop there. It's several storms rotating. Alright, real quickly, I'm going to go over to Corey so I can take a quick 60-second break. We'll be back in a moment. In case we start seeing tornado warnings, I want to be here for the entire thing. So I'm going to take a quick 60-second break. We'll be right back. All right, we're back. By the way, Cheese Curd is now awake, so there's a chance that you'll see her in a few minutes. All right. Again, if you are just tuning in, we got several storms that are currently rotating. Or at least beginning to rotate. One near Sugarland. We got one near Arcola going towards Houston. We got one on the north side of Houston. Again, all of these storms right now have hooks to them now. So we are starting to see them organize really rapidly. Definitely a chance, again, that we get a tornado warning within the next couple or few minutes. All of these storms, though, around Houston are starting to rotate. Give me 1 second. Alright. Are the conditions favorable for strong tornadoes today? They are favorable for strong tornadoes. I really think the greatest concern for that will end up being just east of Houston. I'm not sure if I can use the ABC stream. I'm pretty sure I can't. Yeah, there's definitely a good view of at least a lowering developing right now in the north side of Houston. Several storms right now organizing around Houston. Check Ashwood. What is Ashwood? Yeah, we also have a couplet near West Columbia. It's, I would say, broader than the other ones. We're also looking at a radar site that's much further away from this particular storm, so for just kind of comparing and contrasting, that's actually relatively broad rotation on that storm. Why is the National Weather Service not issuing a tornado warning? I mean, I don't think there's anything that needs a tornado warning yet. But all three of these storms that I'm looking at I mean, we could even say four, but there's really, I'd say these three are the main ones that I'm looking at that have a potential of producing some sort of tornado risk in the next 20 to 30 minutes. It might not, again, be in the next 5 minutes. It might be a little bit, but all these storms right now are beginning to organize, and I do think we're going to start to see that tornado threat increase over the next 30 minutes with these storms. Doesn't mean we need a tornado warning, though, yet. I mean, again, there's nothing yet that is, like, in progress or dropping quite yet. We don't have any sort of tornado debris signature quite yet on any of these storms either, so there's not anything quite yet that is gonna warrant a tornado warning, but I don't think we're far from having one. Thank you, Peter, for becoming a 4-month member. Alright, here's the latest radar scan coming in. See what this the storm north of Houston looks like. It's the latest scan. So again, if we had a tornado, it would be somewhere around Interstate 45. Again, I don't think we have one yet. That's the location of where we'd be watching for a tornado. This is a mesocyclone that is very quickly organizing. We'll see what the velocities look like. We'll also go higher up into the atmosphere just to see if this is organizing aloft. This is what it looks like near the surface. Go base velocity, tilt maybe 3. Tilt 3 had stronger rotation west of Houston. So it does look like, yeah, we definitely have some, at least some broad but strong circulation there aloft near 45. So I definitely think, again, if we have a tornado soon, it would probably come out of this one. That's north of Houston. It'll eventually go in the direction of Humble, Crosby, Shelburne, or Sheldon, excuse me, and as well as Dayton, near Kingwood. So again, moving northeast at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. Again, there are no active tornado warnings right now, but there's probably going to be one here at some point soon. Also, both of our storm chasers are without signal, so we'll go back to them once they're back. Corey Gherkin right now is heading mostly south right now towards Liberty. Thank you, K9, for the $10 super chat. I am live. I know, it's crazy. We haven't been live in like 50 days. Thank you, Kristen, for the super chat as well. Appreciate the generosity. Sienna, Texas. Not much right now. The more concerning features with these storms are to your north right now. The one near Pearland has a little bit of broad rotation as well. We go to the terminal radar site and see. Yeah, mostly just wind right now, but broad circulation trying to develop there. I will stay zoomed out. Yeah, no current warnings right now. We have no active warnings, but we do think things are starting to ramp up right now. In and around Houston. This is also a very difficult chasing terrain due to all the traffic. So, there's two storm chasers that we have with us today are both northeast of Houston, but they are moving really towards this area right now, so. See if there's any updates on Twitter. Traffic is 1000% bad out there. It's always pretty bad in Houston. I've heard a lot of stories about the terrible traffic in Houston. We might have a little storm merger trying to happen near Pearland. Might be a little bit of a storm merger happening there. This is our latest radar scan. Right now near Houston, on the north side of Houston, got some convection that's now merging into that storm near Houston, so maybe that energy comes together and it tries to produce a tornado threat in a little bit going towards Kingwood. Again, is rotation. It's not tight yet, but there is rotation. This is what it looks like on base velocity, so again, just a little bit more elevated look at the rotation aloft, and we definitely have some strong winds going away from the radar. It's not very tight going towards the radar. After a few of these little pop-up showers or even maybe mini storms merge into this supercell, we could see it really intensify quickly. Again, storm mergers are one of the things that can definitely help a supercell produce a tornado, and in this case it would help this storm because it hasn't really gotten a grip yet, but I think this one here north of Houston has a chance of doing something. Guys, the tornado that happened in El Campo was it was about an hour ago now, so that's no longer in progress. If you're seeing videos, they're probably just being posted late, because there's nothing right now in El Campo, or a couple storms south of El Campo, but nothing like right now happening that's rotating. So, just a heads up. Again, we have photos on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX and a video if you want to see it. It's linked in the description on Twitter. But anything in El Campo, again, was right at the beginning of the stream we covered that tornado. By the way, happy holidays, everybody. Merry Christmas if you're just tuning in. Hope everybody had a good Christmas yesterday, or good holiday. Weather was pretty nice for the most part. The severe weather threat that we've had for the last few days either happened on Christmas Eve or the day after Christmas. We had a little outbreak on Christmas Eve here across southeast Texas, pretty much the same area that we're talking about today. Mostly just hail and wind, but we did end up seeing, I think we at least had one tornado, but I think we may have had a few. Why skateboard? I do not skateboard, no. I did skateboard one time when I was younger. Got on like an electric skateboard. Was flying down. I think it was an electric skateboard. If it wasn't, it was an electric scooter, but I think it was an electric skateboard. Got on it, started to speed up just a little bit. Dude, I was wobbling the entire time, and then I was like, oh crap, I gotta fall right into like a yard, because I was gonna like, I got hurt basically. So yeah, I fell into a yard. Got a little scraped up. That was the only time. I haven't done anything like that since. Our new radar scan is coming in. By the way, if you guys ever hear that sound, kind of sounds like a radio. We do have a radio with Corey Gherkin and Brandon Kopic, and even Stormrunner Media when they're back out there. So we'll have access to listening in, and you can also talk to them on streams if something's happening. It's a little cool feature that we're adding as well. Thank you, Carol, for the $10 super chat. I'm glad you like the Happy Holidays t-shirt. Appreciate you picking one up. I got Happy Holidays t-shirts too. I'm actually wearing the 500k max velocity t-shirt today, but I do have the Happy Holidays one somewhere around here. I did wear the Happy Holidays t-shirt a few days ago, right before Christmas. I'm a bit nervous about Saturday. The SBC just posted a video about it on X. Again, I think Saturday's gonna be a big day. You know, if today's not an outbreak, which, again, there's a chance, this is a pretty conditional risk, but things are starting to come together, so I think there's gonna be some sort of tornado threat here very soon. But if for some reason today did bust out and we just didn't really see anything aside from the one tornado near Campo earlier, there's a very good chance that we will have a full-fledged outbreak on Saturday, regardless what happens today. But just Saturday in general looks like it could be an outbreak of severe weather, including potentially a few or even several tornadoes across the Dixie Alley and the lower Mississippi Valley. And again, they currently have an enhanced risk for severe weather already in place for Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. We will have a lot of cameras, and I think almost every storm chaser that we have will be chasing this, from the sounds of it. So, yeah, it'll probably be a pretty big day on Saturday. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we did get a moderate risk on Saturday. I'm not saying it will happen, but I wouldn't be surprised. We'll have to wait and see. I'm not going to get too ahead of myself here, because we still could see changes over the next 48 hours that change the setup entirely. So things could definitely change for Saturday, but I do think there's going to be something on Saturday when it comes to severe weather. Whether it's an outbreak or maybe just a few severe storms, but it looks like it's going to be an outbreak on Saturday. Also, a quick update on the storms near Houston. The one north of Houston is currently merging with several other little cells that have popped up. So this one, right for the time being, has weakened, but it will probably re-strengthen as it moves in the direction of Dayton. Again, Storm Chaser Corey Gherkin, who is also on the Radar Omega app, is presumably heading towards that supercell. Again, you can watch Corey Gherkin on Radar Omega and on YouTube, and he's also on the bottom right of our screen. Also, south and west of Houston, we do still have some rotation near Pearland. This one is trying to come together. A little bit of lightning as well. And then also a little area of rotation near Meadows Place. But again, nothing has really intensified quite yet. So, still waiting to see if these things can organize. We also got Mezzo Hunter, storm chasing, bottom right. Shout out to Cody with the 5 gifted memberships. If you got a gifted membership, make sure to thank Cody in the chat. Thank you also, Cody, for becoming a 7-month member. It's very foggy in Illinois. It is going to be foggy up there, I think, tomorrow morning, too. Especially around, like, the Minneapolis area. Okay, this is moments ago, within the last 3 minutes, in Iowa Colony. Let me go to where that is first, so I figure out where that is. Alright, so it's this storm here near Pearland. The Pearland storm is rotating. So this is moments ago in Pearland. Or in, like, the Pearland area. Definitely a lowering. Not even 4 minutes ago. Oh, sorry, Pearland. My bad, Pearland, not Pearland. Pearland, my bad. I got it. Pearland. Sorry. I don't know why I thought it was Pearland. My bad. Pearland, Texas, just outside of it, near Rodeo Palms on SH 288 South. It's that little area of rotation. It's going in the direction of Pasadena and South Houston. I'm gonna see if we have any more views of this. Where's Houston? Houston, let's see. We should have another photo of that coming up here in a moment. There are several cameras in that Iowa Colony area, so let me see if we have a view of this. Yeah, so we have another view of it. This being the most recent one. And traffic cameras in Texas, for some reason, are only photos, are not really videos. This is the latest view. So you kind of got that like little hook shape in here. You can kind of just see it. It's hard to tell what's happening back here. It's pretty pixelated, but that is presumably where the rotation is going to be located. So again, that's this area of rotation near Brookside Village, moving northeast. Pasadena and Houston will be in the track of this in a few moments. But again, this is the view moments ago, so there's at least some sort of lowering. Just not organized yet on radar. I wouldn't say it's imminent, but I don't think we're far away from seeing some sort of tornado warning around the Houston area. Thank you, K9, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. We're also still watching the storm near Meadows Place. Looks like we're seeing a storm merger there right now. There's a little bit of broad rotation there on the southwest side of Houston, so we'll be watching that closely. North of Houston's very interesting, too. The one near Plum Grove. Just a big cluster of storms up here. Nothing really rotating. Just looks like more of a damaging wind threat that might develop out of that particular segment that's developing. Storm merger still happening northeast of Houston, approaching Kingwood. So again, we might have a tornado threat growing that here soon. Small little mezzo trying to develop near 45 south of Spring. We're watching all these very closely. I do want to go back. By the way, PJ, if you want to look at that map and if you see anything, you can just send it to me. I put it in the chat. I want to go to this one near Leaf, near Meadows Place. I'm not sure if we... Yeah, we do have a view of this one. So this is a view, again, on the Texas camera. A broad area of rotation, but another view. Very low clouds, so that's one indication that it's surface-based, which is, again, what we're looking for. Elevated storms are not going to really produce tornadoes in this environment. Here's another view. This one will probably become a little bit better here in a moment. This is also just around the Meadows Place area. So again, a little lowering on the left side of your screen. So this is definitely a storm that we're watching. A little storm merger is happening, so this might briefly become more of a just rain sort of ordeal, but I think there's definitely a chance that we get a tornado threat with that soon. The one near Pearland is... Or, sorry, Pearland. I keep saying Pearland. The one near Pearland is undergoing... appears as if it's undergoing a storm merger as well. So for the time being, it's disorganized. We also have a little bit of rotation trying to develop south of Bel Air. Again, nothing really popping out to me that's going to get tornado warned in like the next 5 minutes, but all these storms that are south of Houston are beginning to at least become a bit more organized. Check Corey's stream. Put him bottom right. Where is Corey? Is he still in Liberty? He's up near Liberty right now. He should have a drone going up. I mean, he might have a drone going up in a minute. I'm not sure. If he does, then we'll go to him. Keep him bottom right. Southwest of Brookside Village. Where's that? That's this one. Yeah, this is the one we've been talking about, the one near Brookside Village. Thank you, Cam, for the super chat. Alright, here's the latest radar scan. Yeah, the rotation right now near Pearland is starting to broaden out a little bit. Rotation's a little bit stronger near Meadows Place. Let's go to the terminal radar site. Terminal radar site showing a ton of rotation on different storms. Let me... Yeah, that storm that's back over near Pearland, I think has pretty good rotation aloft, just nothing near the surface. Same thing goes to the one near Leaf and going towards Houston. Again, as of right now, we do have really 4 areas of rotation that we're watching, all just south of Houston. Thank you, Bob A, for becoming an 18-month member. There's a lot of traffic in the Bel Air area, which is where we do have a little bit of rotation. Trying to see if we can get a view of this storm near Bel Air. I'm gonna try to look back near Pearland again. This is one shot of the storm near Pearland. Right side of your screen is like the only thing we can see. It's pretty ominous. Let me go full screen to Corey Gherkin. He has his drone up. He's on the storm activity that's north of Houston, going towards Hardin. It's near North Cleveland. Lots of lightning. Broad circulation embedded in the storm. Here's that live shot of Corey Gherkin with his drone. And we should see some lightning here in a moment. There is plenty of lightning associated with this storm. I think out of all the storms we have, this one has the most lightning. I think there's going to be a CG here in a second. Thank you, Getty, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate the generosity.
Saturday actually looks like the better day, apparently.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna stick around. I didn't want to, but I'm down here. It'd be stupid to go back.
Yeah, I mean, they already put an enhanced out, so SBC actually said outbreak.
Huh, really?
With multiple rounds.
I got some lightning in there right now. CG is cloud to ground lightning.
But this one's getting a little better. Actually, I think it's a little less messy than I thought it was gonna be today.
Yeah, I just told Reed, I think it just needs a low-level jet to kick in. I think that's all it needs.
This storm bottom right of your screen, northeast of Houston, I honestly think could be the one that produces a tornado here in the next 25-30 minutes. Storm merger is pretty much complete. From here, it's probably going to ramp up very quickly. Heading in the direction of Dayton. Corey Gherkin's not super far from the storm. This one is organizing very quickly. It's the one near the Atascodia area. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it. This is the latest radar scan, bottom right. You can see it's definitely getting organized.
I know it's a lot windier up there. That's just fun in storm chasing, how you just bump into people everywhere.
You should make a shirt that says all I want for Christmas is a can of cheese curds.
All over most of
We got a fishnado alert just south of Freeport, Texas. Little fishnado, perhaps. Fishnado action. This storm south of Kingwood is definitely organizing. I'd be ready to get to your safe place if you're anywhere in this area between Kingwood back through Hardin, Dayton, and Liberty. And nothing imminent, but this is not far, I would say, from producing something. At Hook Echo, it just, again, completed a storm merger. Storm mergers, in a lot of cases, do ramp up the tornado potential. Got a decent amount of wind right now heading towards Corey Gherkin. Again, bottom right of your screen is that drone shot that Corey is currently taking north of Hardin, Texas. Lots and lots of lightning on that storm. The one near Pasadena, the rotation is a little bit broader. Not super organized. Same thing for the one east of Meadows Place, and then the one near a Leaf and on the west side of Houston. Rotation's broadened on that one as well. There's a lot of, again, there's a pretty high potential that this one's going to produce something when it comes to tornadic stuff in the next 30 minutes. As long as the environment is as advertised with a pretty good amount of wind shear, I really do think this is going to be the one that tries to produce something. We'll go back to Corey again. Just give it a second to load. Might just go back to the other thing. Keeps doing that. It takes a long time to load. Am I going live Saturday? We're almost undoubtedly going to be live Saturday. We'll be staying at the weather studio for Saturday's potential tornado outbreak in the Dixie Alley and the lower Mississippi Valley. Thank you, Dog, for becoming a 9-month member. Welcome back to the Velocities. Appreciate you being a VIP Velocity member. Thank you, iPod, also for the super chat. Hey, Christy, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities.
Just tell the CG, man. Day is made. Day is complete.
No, I haven't. I've got your stream on the TV.
How's it going, Alicia? Welcome back.
I'm waiting for them to issue the dang tornado warning on it.
Yeah, they're just about to produce any time now.
Actually showed 70-mile-an-hour winds on that inflow.
Okay.
At 35 on the backside, I guess you could say that.
By the way, is Corey too loud or too quiet or just right? Just let me know in the chat.
I probably shouldn't be storm chasing. Man, that thing's up there working now.
How is that tornado warned us by it?
Go to base velocities. Tilt.
Good RMD coming around, it kind of shocks me.
Be too quiet? Let me go back real quick.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, just
It should be a little bit better. All right, let me go back to live radar. Quick update on the storm near Kingwood. Again, this storm is very quickly organizing near the Kingwood area south of Plum Grove. And we have an inflow going right into the storm. Looks like maybe a little bit more convection merging in. And after that, again, this thing could go crazy in the next 20 to 30 minutes. Very discreet supercell here near Kingswood.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have a new tornado warning now in Texas. This is going to be the storm that Corey Gherkin is actually on. So this is going to be for the storm that Corey Gherkin is on. This is in San Jacinto, Polk, and Liberty counties in Texas. And this right here is why. Rotation is beginning to intensify. It is relatively rain-wrapped near 105 going towards 146. North of Hardin. So again, if you are in the pink polygon, seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. Bottom right of your screen is a live shot inside of this tornado warning. Corey Gherkin is right on this. We're going to go full screen to him in a moment. This rotation right now moving northeast, the Trinity River Lake Estates, Mason Lake Estates, Vanva Settlement, Rye, Marvels, Big Thicket, Creekmore Village, and Holly Grove are currently in the track of this. This rotation has actually intensified pretty quickly here over the last few minutes. And this storm might be next near Kingwood, so we're watching that closely. We're going to go full screen to Corey Gherkin. who is on this. Let me just swap this out because I think this might be the problem. Let me try this. All right, give it 1 second. It should load in a moment. There we go. All right, there's a live shot of Corey Gherkin on this tornado warning.
What's that? Yeah,
Thank you, Cassie, for the super chat.
we're from the Midwest. We know him, but no, I'm not with him.
Yeah, he's out here.
Yeah, he's cooler with Reed than me. Yeah.
By the way, is Corey's audio good now?
Ripping right now.
But don't drive north. Don't drive north.
Yeah, I'm gonna poke north here shortly, but
It's
man,
a tornado
it
warning
is.
here
You know, it's
now.
just going nuts. That's all I can say.
Is that a tornado? It's a large rain shaft. Right in the middle there is just rain. Again, if we have a tornado on this storm, it's almost undoubtedly going to be rain-wrapped. Bottom right of your screen is the velocities, and Corey is right here for reference.
Like the most dominant.
Station's kind of going in the direction of Corey.
Oh, you're good.
All right, I increased his
And
audio
it just
again.
sucks because like this is
Let me know if
pretty
that's
much a
good.
one shot, and then you can't keep up with it. So. Oh no!
Freddie.
Yeah, but it's moving slow enough that it's. I mean,
Oh, wow.
You could always. I know that's
Bottom
a
right of your
rough
screen,
area.
this is a terminal radar site. Look at how that rotation has come
exactly
together.
Where you are.
It was all wind about
You could go east on
10 minutes ago.
105 and then up 787.
It has
You don't think
really
it's gonna do
intensified
it
over the
on,
last several minutes. There's definitely a chance that we have a tornado that is trying to drop or one that is already in progress near 105.
It's not the best, but you've got options to stay ahead of it, and storm motion's only moving at about.
Don't think we have a debris
35,
signature
so you
yet.
could keep ahead of it if
Very
you stay out of
small
the
little
preset.
green pixel there. I don't think that's enough yet, but there is possibly a tornado in progress.
Yeah. Pretty sure.
Near Macedonia approaching Franklin.
Yeah, I gotta
Thank you,
go.
James, for the $10 super chat.
Is it already? Yeah.
No problem at all.
Looks
Appreciate you
like
tuning
it.
in.
Yeah, north of here.
Yeah, it's gonna be a few miles up the road.
CC should update in a second.
Yeah. Well, you left there just in time. Yeah, it was nice to meet you.
Hey, are you live on Radar Omega?
Yep, I'm on Omega and YouTube.
Take it easy.
All right, go time.
Channel 2.
Somebody's recognizing Corey apparently right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, brand new tornado warning. This is going to be for Harris and Liberty counties in Texas. You'll see the pink polygon in a moment. So again, brand new tornado warning now. I believe this one might be the one northeast of Houston, but I could be wrong. Yeah, there you go. All right, so we now have a pair of tornado warnings. This one is near Kingwood, going towards Dayton. This one we've been talking about for well over half an hour now, and it is now tornado warned. So again, if you're in the Atascosa area, going towards Dayton, Texas, make sure that you are seeking shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. Again, strong inflow going to the storm, impressive hook echo. Pretty good chance that this one's going to try to produce a tornado. And this storm is discreet. There's a chance that we could even see something that's long tracked, or at least potentially strong with this storm as it moves to the northeast. Again, nothing on the ground right now, but definitely a possibility that we do get a tornado with this as it moves to the northeast. If you are in the pink polygon, again, get to your safe place immediately, away from windows, and the lowest floor possible. New radar scan should be coming in at any moment. Again, we may have a tornado already north of Hardin. We're waiting for the radar to update, and once that happens, we'll let you know. Corey Gherkin's on that as well. Bottom right of your screen, Corey's inside of the northern tornado warning right now. Waiting for the radar update here. me go back to tilt 3. Go to tilt 2. We have a rotation that's pretty strong, a little bit off the ground near Huffman, Texas, just southeast of Kingwood.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay. We now have another tornado warning. Make that 3 tornado warnings. New one for the Kunze area, south of Warren. Pretty rural parts of Texas, but just to the east of... It's basically an extension of the tornado warning that we currently have. If you are in this warning, seek shelter. Looks like we have a tornado in progress near Franklin. So, more than likely a tornado now in progress, heading right towards Corey Gherkin. We're probably going to get an upgrade on this warning. Looks like a tornado debris signature right over Franklin right now. Very tight rotation aloft, and again, Corey Gherkin is within about 2 or 3 miles of this, bottom right of your screen. So seek shelter again immediately if you are in this warning. Looks like we do have a tornado in progress near 105. We'll wait for one more CC scan to confirm it, but pretty high odds that that's a tornado. Let me go back to terminal radar site. Let me just check the velocities there. I almost have no doubt that we have a tornado approaching Franklin, Texas. I almost have no doubt. I'm just waiting to see if we can get a confirmation on that. We'll have another radar scan within the next 30 seconds. This is the closest radar site when it comes to the CC. The one southeast of Kingwood right now, not really that strong, by the way. Just broad for the time being. Here's the latest scan. The CC drop is much smaller, so possibly a brief tornado near Franklin. See if the velocities look like. Again, we still have very strong winds going towards the radar. Very well could see a strong tornado with this as it goes towards the Vanva settlement, eventually going towards Thicket, Texas. There's the latest scan. So probably just a brief tornado. Might recycle and drop another one as it moves northeast towards 787. At least for a brief moment there, probably had a tornado there. And then also near Huffman, the rotation's broad right now. This one, though, that's just east of Kingwood. Pretty good chance that we're going to get a tornado out of this. Still have a hook echo, still a pretty strong inflow. And right now moving to the east, northeast, and northeast. And Corey Gherkin right now, I'm not entirely sure what he's doing, but he's on the storm that has strong rotation. He's very close to where, if we had a tornado, he's very close to where it'd be going. Near Sam Houston. I'm not sure. I might be helping somebody on the side of the road. I'm not sure. But if he gets a view, we'll go to him. This is a very heavily rain-wrapped area of rotation right now, north of Hardin. Shout out to Bob with the $50 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Bob. Appreciate that. Same to you. Thank you also, Troy, for the super chat. Our annual December tornado outbreak. Yeah, we pretty much have one tornado outbreak every year in December. All right, here's Corey Gherkin's view. He has the drone up. So this is a pretty clear view right now of this tornado-worn cell. Best view that you're really going to get is this. So we are right now looking into where that rotation is. It's going to be rain-wrapped, but this is a pretty clear shot of it. Shout out to Jay with the $20 super chat as well. This is right on the tornado-worn cell. Possible tornado embedded in that. Corey is about 2 miles to the east of this rotation. 2 miles. Corey's gonna reposition.
This is an
Okay.
emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Alright, we now have a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground in Texas. This is now a PDS tornado warning. That is on this storm near Franklin. This is now a radar indicated particularly dangerous situation. If you are anywhere in this pink polygon, you need to get to your safe place immediately. Storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows. Interior room of your home or building. Again, Corey Gherkin is within like a mile of this rotation. Live view is on the bottom right of your screen. So this is now a radar confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. And you need to get to your safe place immediately. Get away from windows, lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. This is a considerable threat. Life-threatening damage is possible. This is heading towards the Big Thicket National Preserve. This is just north of Moss Hill. This is now a particularly dangerous situation for those near 146. About 1,400 people are included in this tornado warning. There's no debris signature right now on radar, at least like a CC drop. Velocities are still relatively strong. Also, the tornado warning over here east of Kingwood was just updated. It is still radar indicated. Hook Echo's really coming together on this one. Definitely a possibility that we get a potentially strong tornado with this one as it heads towards Dayton, Texas. And this is just outside of Houston, east of Kingwood. This will be moving northeast eventually towards Hardin. Still several storms in the Houston area. The one that's also north of Pasadena is starting to come together. So perhaps getting a tornado warning soon on that one near Channelview, near Clover Leaf, and going towards the Mantu area and Barrett, south of Sheldon. Might get a tornado warning on that one soon. Thank you, Lemon, for the super chat. Sugarland right now for the time being is fine. The tornado threat is still there, it's just lower right now. And Corey Gherkin, bottom right of your screen, you might think he's not really doing anything, but he's currently inside of this PDS tornado warning. He's beginning to drive now, so we'll see where he ends up going. Let's go full screen of Corey Gherkin. We'll see if he can see anything here. He is currently hitting a lot of rain. Again, there's a large tornado somewhere within like a mile or two of him. Presumably, again, this is radar confirmed. PDS tornado. If there is a tornado, I think he's going north right now. If there is a tornado, it's gonna like literally cross right around him. PDS means particularly dangerous situation. I think he might be getting hit by the RFD right now. He's going south. This is probably the RFD. Yeah, I think he is going south right now. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I might be in it.
I haven't seen his location tracker update yet. Thank you, iPod, for the super chat. And this PDS tornado warning is for those in Trinity River Lake Estates near Grand Cane, Texas. This is northeast of Houston. Alright, Corey's going south. He's currently, I'm pretty sure, because he's angling his camera to the right. No, he's aiming it backwards. He is currently driving against the RFD, which is the winds coming out of the south, so. Wind is beginning to pick up as well. Kind of see it tree swaying a little bit. Radar is updating, I think, as we speak. Radar just updated.
Yeah, I had it going.
So the rotation on radar is relatively broad. See if there's a CC drop still. But this is gonna be a rain-wrapped tornado, so. No CC drop on this, so, and for the time being,
gotta be something.
Nothing confirmed on this storm.
But you can smell the fresh.
Corey is still inside of the PDS tornado warning.
Yeah, tornado probabilities are going up. That one to your southwest, that's incredible. I don't know if you're trying to keep up with the one you're on or not. The one to the south. That's just absolute.
And Corey is within about a mile or two of this area of rotation on the, again, PDS tornado warning, which is why we're on them. Waiting to see if we can see anything here.
Yeah, I might post that, but I'm kind of thinking at this point, probably just get the
Starting to
high
looks like get out of the RFD surge.
right, so
It's the rear flank downdraft. Alright, real quick update on the other tornado warning cell back over northeast of Houston. This is again the one east of Kingwood. We still have a very strong inflow, a lot of lightning, which does indicate that it is at least pretty intense when it comes to actually being a thunderstorm. Hook Echo still very much there. We also have a hail core near Eastgate. Again, this is currently moving northeast. It'll be going eventually towards the Kennefic area, Dayton Lakes, Simmons Bottom, and eventually going towards Hardin, Texas. Again, this one has the potential of producing a strong tornado. Very impressive storm right now, moving northeast. Hook Echo is very impressive as well. Also back over near Pasadena, we still have rotation on this one. They just issued a severe thunderstorm warning on this, which does have a tornado possible label. That is going to be for those in Harris and Liberty County for Sheldon and Crosby. Let's go to Corey real quick. Where's Corey? And Corey's inside of the PDS tornado warning cell. Radar is once again updating. Here's the view of velocities on the storm he's on. Wind is going a bit more sidewards now on his end. Thank you, Joe Hoff from Super Chat.
But it's so awesome to see the trees going so well.
Yeah, I think 5 to 8 is the peak, but again, could be now. We never know. Again, my forecasted peak for severe weather today was 5 to 8.
Man, I never saw from there. That wind was just freaking ripping.
I'm getting word that there may be a tornado west of Dayton, Texas. It's on the other one that's not currently confirmed. This one near Gum Grove and East Gate. I don't know if we can get actual confirmation of that, but at least possibly a tornado on this storm. Seeing some reports about it. Where is our other storm chaser, Mezzo Hunter? Check. Okay, Mezzo Hunter is... Oh, he's okay. He's a little bit further east. Near Woodville, okay. Where's Woodville, Texas? It's up here, okay. Thank you, Catherine, for the one gifted member. Again, if you are just tuning in, we have 3 active tornado warnings. This right here is our PDS tornado warning, which means, again, particularly dangerous situation. A radar-confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is happening right now near the Vanva settlement, approaching Thicket, Texas, and eventually the Vota area. There's a possibility that the other tornado warning that was extended for this gets upgraded to perhaps being PDS. And then the other one over here near Dayton, at least as of moments ago, there are reports of that one being on the ground. Rotation on radar is not really tight yet, so I'm not 100% sure on that. But again, there have been reports of possibly a tornado on that. I don't think there's any visual evidence yet, but there's reports of it. Now, one back over near Channel View right now is relatively broad circulation moving northeast. Even if this one isn't in progress at this exact time, there's a chance that this one could be a tornado very soon, and perhaps even a long track one. They did just update the warning. It is still radar indicated, so nothing officially confirmed yet. But there is a large funnel on this storm, at least as of reports moments ago. Yeah, there is a funnel cloud on this storm near Eastgate, so confirmation of a funnel cloud on the storm near Gum, Grove, and East Grove, going in the direction again of Dayton. I am currently seeing reports of a funnel cloud, but I don't see anything confirmed of a tornado yet, but it probably will be in progress in a moment if it already isn't already. And this storm is very discreet. This is the most discreet supercell that we currently have, and I'm now seeing people that are saying it is down, so there's likely a tornado right now just northwest of Dayton, Texas. North of Dayton, Texas right now. It's going to be going towards Hardin, Texas, eventually towards 146 and 105. Yeah, there is literally a tornado right now. Looks like Reed is on it. There's literally a tornado that just crossed in front of him. It looks like a pretty small tornado, but there is a tornado on this northwest of Dayton. This is a view of that storm as well. This is a little bit further away, but this is a view of that funnel cloud right there moments ago near Dayton, Texas. So we obviously have a funnel, but there is a tornado on this storm northwest of Dayton. Let me see if we have any other view, any sort of traffic view of this. Let me go back to radar here. Let me look. Back over near Dayton, east of Kingwood. Try to see if we have a camera view of this. If you're just tuning in, this is a tornado that is in progress right now, northwest of Dayton, in just northeast of Houston. And we also still have the PDS tornado warning, which goes for 5 more minutes. I'm not seeing anything on radar on this one, but possibly still have a tornado with this one. Near 146, the rotation's broadened a lot over the last few minutes. Corey Gherkin's still in that vicinity. Corey might be dropping south towards this in a few minutes, we'll see. But yeah, we do have a confirmed tornado with this storm that's back over in Harris and Liberty counties. It sounds like it's roping out. All right, so this tornado is no longer in progress, but it was on the ground there for a few minutes. There's a pretty good chance again that this one will recycle as it moves to the northeast. Still got a hook echo, still got a pretty strong inflow as well. A lot of lightning with that storm. And then we also have the storm back over near Crosby. That one's been weakening. The one that's east of Houston, north of Pasadena, is beginning to organize now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we now have a new tornado warning that is going to be radar indicated on the storm near Hardin, Texas, north of Liberty, and north of Dayton. So again, if you are in this warning, seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. And brand new tornado warning on this storm. That was just producing a tornado moments ago, and could produce another one as it moves northeast. I'm not seeing a CC drop on this one. I think, again, that tornado that we had was going through a field, so no CC drop on that one. It was pretty small, too. Also, let's go to Corey real quick. Corey's still in the vicinity of that PDS tornado warning cell. It's his live view right now. Wind's starting to pick up a little bit.
Yep, Josh, that's the one we're watching now.
Just got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Harris County, Texas as well, with a tornado possible label.
Got a little bit better road network, like dive south.
So that's going to include the Houston and Houston metro area. Main concern right now is going to be this storm near Galena Park moving towards Channelview. That one has rotation. And then the other one over south of Houston is also beginning to rotate. That one not really rotating as much, though, as the one near Galena Park. That one near Galena Park is starting to come together pretty quickly. Plano, Texas is not seeing any sort of severe weather for the rest of today. You guys are done up there. The PDS tornado warning expires in 2 minutes. And then we'll be back down to 3 different radar indicated tornado warnings. Or actually 2 different ones. So we'll be back down to 2 tornado warnings in a moment. The one east of Kingswood or Kingwood here, and also the one east of Shepherd are both going to expire in just a moment. So we will not have anything PDS. Is this heading towards Houston? Right now, this is what's happening in Houston. The stuff northeast of Houston, that's moving away from you. All these storms are mostly moving to the east-northeast or northeast at about 30 miles per hour. Again, we got rotation right now near Galena Park. That's the one that's the most concerning in and around the Houston area. And then stuff that's northeast of Houston. This right here near Hardin is the more concerning storm right now. Do have a new radar scan coming in. Inflow strengthening again on this storm. Got a hook and everything. Near Simmons bottom. Corey Gherkin right now, who's bottom right of your screen, he's probably going to have a view of this storm here pretty soon as it continues to move northeast. The PDS tornado warning has now officially ended. So we are back down to 2 tornado warnings. These are the 2 that are currently active in southeast Texas. Rotation is tightening again on this storm near Dayton Lakes. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a larger tornado with this in a moment. That first one was pretty quick. This next... what we're probably going to see here in a few minutes is a bigger tornado here going towards Hardin. Rotation's starting to intensify again, and it's clearing out again. We got a strong inflow, and again, still a hook echo with this. But it's definitely clearing out again. It was a little bit messy a few minutes ago. So we might get a stronger tornado with this in a moment. As it moves northeast. Every time he says Dayton, I think of Dayton, Ohio. Honestly, I do too. I know, it's kind of a weird little thing. I mean, Dayton, Ohio is a place that we covered a lot this year too. Just northwest of Houston. This is moments ago. Oops. Just northwest of Houston, moments ago on CR 602. Looks like at least a funnel cloud, if not a tornado.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Just happened there. Little dangling tornado there moments ago. That's just northwest of Houston. Does anybody know what camera number that is? What was that to the right of it? It looked like just like Scud. I'm looking to see if we have any other camera views right now of that Dayton storm. And this is just north of Liberty if you're just tuning in. Going in the direction of Hardin, Texas. Might get a stronger tornado out of this in a moment as it continues to move northeast. Corey Gherkin right now is just waiting for the storm as it moves northeast. How do you think Lake Charles will be tonight? I think Lake Charles is going to be pretty active. I think we're definitely have some big storms over there. Wind will probably be the biggest concern, but we could see an isolated tornado. I mean, right now, this is just the beginning of probably what's going to be a long evening across the southeast of Texas and also parts of southwestern Louisiana. I do think it's going to be an active next few hours. All right, here's the latest scan rotation. Still not super tight, but we still have a we still have a strong inflow. We got a hook echo. Let's go to base velocities. Again, just off the ground, the rotation's very strong. This is a report, social media images of a tornado northwest of Dayton. That's as of 4 minutes ago. So they never upgraded this storm to being a confirmed tornado, but this one did have a tornado. How strong the velocities are on this storm. I mean, again, I would not be surprised if we have a tornado attempting to drop right now near Simmons Bottom, near Dayton Lakes. Just outside of Dayton, Texas. I'm in Dayton, Ohio watching. Well, we're not talking about your Dayton today, just an FYI. You hear the word Dayton? That's Texas. While we wait for our next radar scan, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We are 170 subscribers away from 680,000. Like the stream as well if you are enjoying it. Does help get this out to more people as well. Feel free to share the stream on Facebook, Twitter. If you have any friends or family in the path of these storms, we'll be live here for the next several hours. We could be live as late as even midnight tonight. You never know. Might be a long day. We'll see. As a reminder, strong tornadoes are a possibility today. The tornado risk from the Storm Prediction Center is a 10% hatched tornado risk across southeast Texas. And then we have a 5% tornado risk that goes as far north and east as Mississippi and Arkansas. So again, we're talking about a relatively large area today for the threat of tornadoes, potentially a couple of strong ones. We've already had 2 confirmed tornadoes, or actually, I think we've had now 3 confirmed tornadoes in the first 2 hours of the stream. We had one at the very beginning near Campo, Texas. We had the radar confirmed tornado, which went PDS back over near Trinity River Lake Estates, and then this one just happened moments ago near Hardin. So we've already had 3 tornadoes in the first 2 hours. Definitely a possibility that we have at least 3 more over the next few hours. Thank you, Joe Hoff, for the $5 super chat. Yeah, Dayton, Ohio does not need more tornadoes. Thank you, Felix, also for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. We do currently have 2 tornado warnings and 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. We are still watching the storms just east of Houston very closely as well. Rotation is still relatively broad, but it might come together here soon. Got a little hook echo with this storm right now. That's going to be going towards Crosby and Old River Winfrey. And we will have another velocity scan on this in a moment. And it is coming in, I think, as we speak. Or it should be. It just updated. So again, we still got an inflow and a hook echo near Simmons Bottom. Corey Gherkin is within about 10 miles of this. He's right here. Just north of Lakeland. So we'll have a live view with Corey Gherkin here momentarily. He's just waiting for the storm to come to him right now. We get an exact distance for him. Yeah, he's about 8 miles away from this. So very close proximity to this tornado warning. Will this reach northwest Arkansas? Northwest Arkansas not going to really see any severe weather today. The only area that I'm watching for any severe weather in Arkansas would be really on the southern half of the state. Even then, I'm not really expecting anything significant over there. Maybe just some isolated damaging winds. Alright, we have another radar scan coming in. I accidentally just skipped by it. This is not near Alaska. New York City, you're good as well. You guys are good. You're not getting hit by this. There is a ton of lightning on these two northern cells. And again, this kind of goes to show, like, today's environment, there isn't really that much instability available. So it's a bit of a weird setup when it comes to that. A lot of cloud cover today has kind of hindered development overall. But the pure amount of lightning that we're seeing on these two northern cells is very important, because if we didn't really have much lightning, these storms would not probably be at the size and magnitude that they're currently at. It's actually very important that we have lightning here for at least a storm to be able to be intense, because like if we didn't have lightning, there's a pretty good chance it's not going to produce a tornado in today's environment. So the lightning that we have here is actually quite important. They have just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for the Quincy area west of Silsbee, Texas. This is the storm that was producing a large and extremely dangerous tornado about 20-25 minutes ago. They are probably going to cancel the tornado warning, though, because the rotation has broadened out substantially. So nothing really on radar there that's indicating a tornado that's imminent. But we could still see an isolated tornado. This storm is heading into a bit of a radar hole here pretty soon. So that's going to be a little bit of a problem there. But for right now, it looks like it's a lower chance of spinning up anything crazy. Alright, the storm outside of Houston, just east of Houston, rotations a little bit on the broad side of things, north of Deer Park and Pasadena. Just south of Crosby. And we are watching that storm very closely, though it is still very broad rotation. Could still see a tornado out of that as it moves northeast. Also, quick little live view. I want to go to Cam 8. Let's go to Louisiana. This is out of Shreveport right now. It's a live shot just inside of Shreveport, I-220. It is very windy. Let's go full cam to it. It is very windy. This is again in Shreveport, Louisiana, not Dickinson. Very windy and raining heavily. We had an accident here about an hour ago. There's a little update if you're back up near Shreveport. Heavy rain going through, gusty winds. No severe weather there right now, but we're watching that area closely. Back over to Corey Gherkin. Again, he is right about 6 miles away from this tornado-warned cell, bottom right of your screen.
Yeah,
so we're going to stay on him for just a moment. I'm going to take a quick 60-second break, and we'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Probably to be the tornado producer, and we got no good road to go northeast at the moment. Freedom, it was probably 20-30 minutes ago. Yeah, whiskey, the clock's Eastern.
Alright, we're back. Let me pull back up chat here. Just a quick question for you guys in the chat, since we don't have anything on the ground right now. What do you guys think about me having a second person? For example, when I'm like not in the room for like 60 seconds or something. What do you guys think about having a second person that would be like on stream, talking about what's happening and stuff? Do you guys like having something like that in the future? Thank you, James, for the super chat. Kuntz, thank you. Very mixed opinions right now in the chat. We got some yeses, we got some boos, we got some nos. Very mixed responses. Put cheese curd on the stream. Imagine that cheese curd just in the face cam corner. All right, I think we got a solution because a lot of you guys are saying no. I think we need to have cheese curd the cat come in whenever I'm not here for whatever amount of time I'm not here for. Just have cheese curd at the taking over the face cam for 60 seconds. Gonna steal Andy from Ryan? I'm not stealing Andy from Ryan. And for the record, it's not really like a Ryan idea for the record. I mean, like, news stations do it too. They have multiple meteorologists in on a severe weather day, and they do alternate quite a bit. So it was just kind of an idea, kind of combining the two things. I think it'd be kind of a good idea to have, but I would have to find the right person, though. I don't want to just get Joe Schmo off the, you know, off LinkedIn or whatever. But we'll see. I just kind of thought of it. We're not doing AI max. We're not doing AI max velocity. The last couple of scans on this tornado warning cell have broadened the rotation quite a bit. Again, we have another storm merger happening, which is limiting its initial development near Hardin, Texas. We are still monitoring the potential for a tornado with this as it moves northeast. So if you are in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Also, just quickly want to touch on this. If we go back to day 3. Again, we'll be obviously live here for the next several hours with the potential tornado outbreak coverage in the Southern Plains. Saturday will be another big day. We're going to be live again on the channel, so make sure to subscribe down below and click the bell icon so you're notified. When we go live, we'll be live again on Saturday. Looks like we're going to have a big day Saturday in the Dixie Alley. Tornado outbreak appears at least possible, but I would say it's more likely than not that we're going to see a tornado outbreak. So, again, make sure that you are subscribed to the channel for that one. It will probably be a pretty big day across the Dixie Alley. Several tornadoes possible, damaging winds, and also large hail, all in play. Guys, we're not doing AI, trust me. I'm not doing AI. Alabama is not safe on Saturday. Not safe on Saturday if you're in Alabama. We are still watching broad rotation east of Houston, broad rotation east of Crosby, broad rotation near Hardin. Basically, all of the tornado warning cells that or at least all the storms, I mean, that we have right now are pretty broad when it comes to rotation. I'm not seeing anything that looks like imminent for a tornado. But again, the area that's going to have the greatest threat over the next 2 hours or so will really be around and just east of Houston, and then back through Beaumont, Port Arthur, just west of Lake Charles. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible label in Louisiana, which that one has broad rotation approaching the Provençal area. This includes Sabine, DeSoto, Red River, and Natchitoches parishes. Hopefully I'm saying that name right. There is a tornado possible label on that activity. Mostly just rain, though, across and all around Shreveport right now. Just a ton of rain right now moving north. The tornado watch goes for 2.5 hours longer here across southeast Texas and eastern Texas. I would say there's a pretty good chance that we will end up seeing another tornado watch issued at some point soon, once this watch gets closer to expiring for southwestern and western Louisiana, and as well as East Texas. I'm not sure if they put out a mesoscale discussion about that yet, but I have to assume that we're gonna have something like that here soon. Hey, Sophia for the super chat. Tornado in Pasadena or Deer Park? I would say the chances are very low. I mean, there's nothing on the ground like now, but this is like the one storm that we're watching. It's just the one south of Sheldon. Thank you, Cam, by the way, for the super chat. Bro just said hire Ryan Hall. Absolutely. Is it possible to have a high risk on day 3? I wouldn't keep it off. I wouldn't put it off the table, but I think it's a low chance. I think a moderate risk is very possible for Saturday. All right, let's go to Corey. He's on this tornado-warned cell. He's begun to drive again. This is on that tornado-warned cell near Hardin. There was a tornado. It would be on the other side of those trees.
I can still see the lowering back there. But does not look good on velocity at all. Murphy, what's going on?
See you later, Caitlin.
No, it's at the fire crew out.
Any issues for Shreveport? A lot of rain. I definitely think flooding is going to be your biggest problem over there in Shreveport. Maybe some isolated severe weather, though, later in the evening hours. How's it going, William? Welcome back. Do you think on Saturday we could see a moderate or high risk? I just answered that. I think moderate risk is very possible. I'd say high risk is a pretty low chance. You have a cat? I do. Most of you probably have not seen my cat unless you're following me on Twitter or Facebook, or if you're a member of the channel. Or if you watched my fan mail opening stream on the second channel the other day, you may have seen it.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Alright, we have a brand new tornado warning. That's going to be for Dayton and Liberty, Texas. That's going towards Hardin and Dacetta. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately. Away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. Rotation right now is located near the Wadley area, near South Dayton. It is moving into Dayton, Texas in just a few minutes, and then Liberty, South Liberty, and eventually going towards Ames, Woodson, and the Fidge settlement, and Hardin, Texas will all be in the track of this in just a few moments. So again, this is moving northeast at approximately 35 miles per hour. It is radar indicated rotation. Velocities are beginning to intensify on that one. Very small little storm there, and actually really little to no lightning on that as well. So very low top supercell moving northeast. And Corey Gherkin right now, he's also live on Radar Omega and on YouTube. He is currently on the northern tornado warning that is north of Hardin. That rotation's been broadening out. But I do think the one just south of Dayton has a better shot at producing a tornado than the other one that's further north now. The other one further north is not moving into a very favorable environment at this point. What we're going to really have to watch for over the next couple hours, too, is any development down here near I-10, near Port Arthur. If we get any sort of discrete cells forming, we definitely could have some problems. So this will be an area to watch for in southeast Texas over the near term. Any PDS today? We already had a PDS tornado warning. We've had already one today. In and around Houston, though, not really seeing anything rotating, at least to the extent of a tornado-warned cell. Everything right now is relatively broad here. I'd give it another hour if you're in Houston, and then after about 5:30, 6 o'clock, things will start to quiet down, but we're still watching your area for the next hour or so, with some storms in the area, mostly just wind, some lightning, some heavy rain, perhaps a brief tornado. We're still watching that area closely. we get a gherkin emoji in the chat? We could. Connor is not chasing today. Here's the latest radar scan. Velocities are still relatively strong near Dayton, Texas. And a tornado could drop at any time as that moves towards Dayton, Texas. There's actually a camera in Dayton. Let me see if there's... I'm gonna go see if there's an update on this camera, because I'm a little bit behind on it. Let me see if there's an update. Alright, we got a couple cameras in and around the Dayton area. If I see anything, I'll show you guys. There are a couple cameras that are kind of looking at this particular storm. This is one of those views. So this is just moments ago. Pretty much just ominous skies right now that we're looking at here in the Dayton area. There is a camera in downtown Dayton as well. Also, this is another view just south of Dayton. This camera's not really looking up high enough, but you can kind of see a little bit of a lowering by the looks of it over here. That actually is looking... I think it's looking north. So... it's another view there. Thank you, Cajun, for the super chat. Main concern in Louisiana tonight will be isolated damaging winds and perhaps an isolated tornado or two. Southwest side of the state is really going to be the biggest problem. Not showing I'm live around the logo for the channel in the search result. That's not good. But we are live. Northern tornado warning near Hardin, Texas will expire in 5 minutes. They may cancel it early. Rotation is beginning to at least try to develop again near the Kunze area west of Silsbee, Texas. It's going to be eventually going towards Kirbyville. We do have Storm Chaser Mezzo Hunter in that vicinity, so we'll see if he ends up seeing anything there. A little bit of broad rotation developing also down near Cove, Texas. And also, a bit of rotation near Crosby, Texas right now. That one's coming together a little bit. So right now, the three storms that I'm most concerned about are these three right here. This one could get tornado warned soon. Just northeast of Pasadena. I got a max velocity hoodie for Christmas yesterday. W's. There was a lot of people that bought max velocity merch for Christmas presents. Pretty awesome. Welcome back, Michelle. Hope you're doing well. I'll have another radar scan in a moment. Again, the one storm near Dayton right now has stronger rotation. We have a couple picturesque shots that we'll be showing whenever they come in. See if we have any more views of that. It's another view of the tornado warned cell near Dayton. It's hard to get a great view of this, but it's just another view. It's very pixelated, but very, again, just ominous skies, dark out there. Don't have any clear view of anything right now. It's moving away from 99, which is where a lot of the cameras are, so it's getting a little bit harder to see it. That couplet, though, is over the south side of Dayton, Texas, and it's going to be approaching Liberty in a moment. No CC drop yet, so nothing confirmed on the ground at this point. So we're going to continue to move to the northeast over the next several minutes. How's it going, Jay? Welcome back. Is Twitter the only platform I receive pictures on? We also receive them on Facebook, so you can send it to either one. I usually check... I do check Twitter more often than not, though, on live streams. Barrett, Texas. This rotation is beginning to come together by the sounds of it near Barrett. Go to the other terminal radar site. Yeah, we got strong rotation developing near Barrett, Texas right now. This is not warned right now. That's near Crosby. And going towards the Sheiks and the Wadley areas. Eventually going again towards Dayton. Dayton's already been under, I think, 2 different tornado warnings now. You could get a 3rd one here soon. But that rotation's beginning to intensify, moving northeast. Again, that right there moving northeast. We gotta watch that pretty closely. I thought the enhanced risk would be bigger today. Yeah, I mean, I thought it was the fine size. I don't think it should have been even... I honestly don't even think we needed an enhanced risk today, but I think it at least outlines where the greatest concern is today, which is really what the SBC outlook should show when it comes to an enhanced risk or something higher than that. I honestly think they nailed it too. So, yeah, I do agree with that placement at least, and I think the size of it, it's fine. We also have an accident. An 18-wheeler is blocking all lanes of traffic on I-610 just north of Houston. This is from the storms that just passed through moments ago. So an accident, more than likely due to the severe weather that we're seeing in the Houston area. High winds would have simply done this. Cars are very backed up, blocking all lanes of traffic on I-610. Traffic's already a big problem in the Houston area, and it's becoming a bigger problem because of the weather. Rotation's starting to increase a little bit again near the Quincy storm. Oh, look at that. Yeah, look at the velocities here. Very strong aloft. Not tight yet, but they're strengthening on the one near Quincy, and then the other one over here near Dayton, Ohio, or sorry, not Dayton, Ohio, Dayton, Texas, near Liberty. That one's still on the stronger side of things. Could have a tornado at any time as it moves northeast. Let me go back to the terminal radar site again on this Dayton rotation and also the Crosby one. Crosby rotation is definitely on the stronger side. And that one's not warned right now. These are the 2 pockets rotation that we're watching. Both moving northeast. Thank you, Cajun, for the $5 super chat. Hey, no problem. That's crazy. Yeah, Beryl definitely did a lot. Let me go to Corey. Corey has something, I think. Corey's looking at some sort of lowering right now. This is... Corey Gherkin's on a storm that's not tornado warned anymore, but it's the one that is near Batson. He had some sort of lowering a second ago. We're going to stay on him. There's a lot of trees, but if it opens up, we might see something on the right, I think. Thank you, Storm, for the super chat. Thank you. I know. Pronunciations are great. Very ominous skies, to say the least. This storm still has a hook on it, and there's a lot of lightning. There's a little bit of rotation.
Yeah, these are just very surface-based today.
We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Angelina, Sabine, and San Augustine counties in Texas, and also Sabine County in Louisiana. Or Sabine Parish, excuse me, in Louisiana. Thank you, Jay, for becoming a 7-month member. Appreciate that. What is that right there? Is that just Scud on the right? Corey does have this new camera that zooms in and has very high quality, so that's what we're looking at right now. Presumably right there is that area of circulation. Just north of Hardin, Texas. Thank you, Jessica, for becoming a 3-month member. That's some scud right there. Clouds are moving very fast here as well. Message me a photo on X. Alright, I'll check it out.
Zoomy, 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 zoom.
Definitely very ominous here. Thank you to Bear for the 7-month membership. I know, it's been crazy. We haven't been live in like 50-something days. This is the first time in like 50 days that we've been live. It's crazy. Thank you, Cajun, for the super chat. Possible rotation near Stonewall, Louisiana. Check it out. Yeah, look at that. We actually got a little bit of rotation up here in Louisiana now. This is just south of Shreveport, which we do have several live cameras in. A little bit of broad rotation. It's not really organized yet, but
a new tornado warning has been issued.
Alright, they have just issued a new tornado warning near Quincy, just northwest of Silsbee. I think Mesohunter's in this area. Rain-wrapped area of rotation right now near 943, moving east-northeast just north of Silsbee. So if you are in the pink polygon, seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible. Get into an interior room of your home or building. That rotation is definitely on the stronger side of things, moving to the east-northeast at about 40 miles per hour. Again, seek shelter if you are in that warning. Thank you, Cylindro, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. I appreciate that. Thank you. Let me go back to Corey again. I think he's going to zoom in on something again. Corey's in between the two storms that are tornado warned. He's on one that is also rotating, just not warned right now.
Hello?
We'll go back to live radar. We go back down to the Houston area. We are beginning to see rotation ramping up on really 3 different areas right now of this cluster of thunderstorms east of Houston, one of which is near Crosby. Got another one north of Deer Park, another small one northwest of Baytown, moving east-northeast. Right now, everything southwest of Houston is mostly just storms. We're not really seeing a whole lot of rotation with this activity near Bay City, but maybe a small couple couplets, just nothing imminent. Rotation's also ramping up a bit near Cove. The one tornado warning cell that we have near Dayton and Liberty, that rotation does continue to stay on the stronger side of things, so continue to stay in your safe place if you're in that warning. And then again, back over near the Quincy area, lots of lightning, strong but broad rotation right now on the north side there of Quincy near 69. So again, moving northeast. Thank you, Landon, for the 7-month membership. Thank you also, Goose, for the 7 months. Stay safe in Beaumont. Beaumont is still probably about an hour or 2 away from the more significant threat. I'd say around 6 to 7 will be your time frame. But the storms are beginning to speed up a little bit. They were moving at about 25, 30 miles per hour to start the stream. They've gone up closer to 40 to 45 miles per hour. So they are beginning to speed up quite a bit. Let me see where Mesohunter is. He is approaching Hardin. Okay. So he's gonna be approaching the other tornado warning cell. Somebody just said good morning, Max. Where could you possibly be where it's the morning? It would have to be Alaska or Hawaii. It is like, it's like 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Yeah, there was a tornado earlier in El Campo, Texas. That was the one that was more significant. We have photos of that on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. But that is no longer in progress. That was at the beginning of today's stream, so it was actually a while ago that we had that. Hey, Hayden, are there any more cameras anywhere near these storms? I know a lot of them are just static, but just curious. Or if you see anything PGA, let me know. I'll have another radar scan in a moment. We're currently 6 minutes behind on radar scans, so we should have one at any moment here. See if there's any updates on the rotation of these storms. And 2 active tornado warnings. Both of them are in southeast Texas. One near Liberty and the other one near Quincy. Alright, the radar scan is now coming in. Rotation near Hardin still remains on the stronger side of things. So still stronger rotation near Liberty and Hardin near DeSeta. The rotation back over north of Baytown is weakening quite a bit. And same thing kind of near Deer Park. I think this storm's starting to develop into something near Baytown. So this might be a few minutes away from actually developing into a more significant storm as it moves towards Cove and Old River Winfrey. The overall rotation is relatively broad for the time being on that storm. Still have a little bit of rotation north of Cove as well. A little storm is formed there that's moving northeast. And Hardin and Liberty, the main areas included in the threat of severe weather there. And then we still have a lot of rotation elevated right now near Quincy, near 69, moving towards 92. I'm honestly surprised that this storm, out of any storm that we have right now, has the strongest amount of rotation. Because this is like just so out of the way of really where the more prime environment is, which is more to the south. So, how do you change the tilt on Radar Omega? It's this right down here on the bottom right. And then you can change the tilt from there. And again, when we're talking about tilts, it essentially is the elevation of the radar beam that we're looking at. So tilt 1 is looking closest to the ground in terms of reflectivity here. If we went to like tilt 4, for example, this is looking well off the ground. We're talking thousands and thousands of feet, or even tens of thousands of feet in some cases. So the tilt is really important sometimes because we can also see how strong the rotation is near the surface and also how strong it might be near the ground. So if we did that for base velocities on this storm, let's go to tilt 2. Not the greatest view of it, but definitely stronger rotation aloft. We probably have some sort of wall cloud with that one. So
a new tornado warning has been issued.
Alright, we do have a brand new tornado warning for Liberty County in Texas. Should have that pop up here in a second. Presumably just east of Houston. I'm guessing it's going to be this. There isn't really much else rotating near Liberty County. Or is it going to be up here, maybe? Oh, I guess we're going to wait to find out. It's Liberty County, Texas. I think it's actually going to be something up in here. It's going to be one of these storms. It's actually, alright, so this is just an extension of the other one because it expires in 3 minutes. So they have issued a brand new tornado warning for Hardin, west of DeSeta, near 105, moving northeast. Corey Gherkin's in the vicinity of this. If you are in this pink polygon, seek shelter immediately. Away from windows, lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building. This includes Hull in Hardin, Texas, the Duck Hat Settlement in Big Thicket, Lob Lolly will be in the track of this as well, moving northeast. So just an extension of the other tornado warning. I really wouldn't be surprised, though, if this does organize a bit more. We could get a tornado warning on this near Baytown. It's trying to organize, so we'll see what happens there. Moving northeast. Kentucky's not in the track of this by any means today. If we have any severe weather in Kentucky, it would be Saturday. Saturday right now, we have a large enhanced risk across the Dixie Alley and the lower Mississippi Valley, and as a reminder, we will be live on Saturday, almost undoubtedly for this potential tornado outbreak that could ensue across the Dixie Alley. So again, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We just hit 680,000 subscribers. Sheesh. Only 20,000 away from 700,000. What time Saturday will the stream start? I have no clue. We'll have to wait and see. I'm not sure when we're gonna go live Saturday. We could have multiple live streams on Saturday as well. We could have one very long one that goes for like 16 hours or something. Like, who knows? It might be a long day, it might not be. I'm not entirely sure yet. We are starting to see rotation back up near Pineland, Texas right now. Rotation's starting to increase right now, just east of Broadus, Texas, west of Pineland, moving eventually going towards the Hemp Hill area. And that is currently tracking to the northeast. Wow. Alright, we might have a video of a very large fish NATO about an hour ago. I will try to show that here soon, if we're able to. It's on Facebook, so I can't really show it here. Or I can't really, like, retweet it. Houston right now is fine. Yeah, again, if you're in Houston, you got about, like, 30 more minutes until the threat of severe weather is pretty much done. The tornado watch right now is still in effect for another 2 hours, but they will probably cancel it for this section of Texas. So 3 different counties. I'm not sure which 3 these are, but again, Houston, including Harris County, the one north of there near Conroe, and then also back near Sugarland, will probably end up being canceled outside of this tornado watch here in just a few minutes. Unwarned tornado near Dyer, Texas. Where is Dyer? You spell the name right? Devers, Texas. Okay. Good look. Are we talking about this right here? CC doesn't show anything, but the velocities are tight. We'll probably get a tornado warning on this in a moment. I don't see anything on radar, though, that confirms this as a tornado. I'm just double checking to make sure. Yeah, nothing on radar that confirms this as a tornado, but this should be warned. It probably will be in a moment. If you're in Devers, Texas, be ready to get to your safe place. Same thing with the Dacetta area. And this area of rotation right now is tracking to the northeast. So again, probably going to get a tornado warning here momentarily. Near Devers.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And presumably that is the tornado warning. Yeah, this will be a new tornado warning. So they have just issued a tornado warning for Liberty County, Texas. It's going to be for this storm near Devers and Dacetta. You'll see the pink polygon pop up here in a second. And there you go. So again, if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately. Away from windows. Lowest floor possible. get into an interior room of your home or building. And this is currently tracking to the northeast. Shout out to Crypto for calling that in the chat. So tight couplet very easily could have a tornado at any time, maybe even one right now, but there'll probably be one here in just a few minutes. Let me go back up to Louisiana real quick. We are beginning to see a bit more of a line of storms developing right now near Center and Timpson in Texas. This will be moving into Louisiana here soon. We'll have to watch for the potential for an isolated tornado out of that activity. Shreveport, all rain right now. I'm not really seeing anything rotating in Louisiana for the most part. Everything's pretty tame. A little bit of a couplet right now south of San Augustine, west of Pineland. We're still watching this. This storm here has a tornado possible label moving northeast. And still very strong, but broad rotation back over near the Quincy area. Strong winds going towards the radar and away from the radar, but a lot of space in between. And we're also looking aloft. So this is pretty broad rotation right now. But definitely still a storm that we'll be watching for. That one has already produced a PDS tornado in the past, so it has had a history of at least producing a tornado in the past. The National Weather Service is watching. Yeah, you never know. Cannot confirm anything because we've never had anything like that confirmed. Back to Mezzo Hunter, open bottom right. I'll have another radar scan in a moment. I think it just came in. We still don't have a tornado with this storm near Devers. See what the velocities look like. They haven't updated yet. I'm in Dallas flying to Atlanta in an hour. Will this potentially be in the way of the flight? You will likely fly through some of the storms, so yeah, you're definitely gonna have some. You'll probably have some problems once you're like in the air with turbulence. 6,600 viewers, bro fell off. We haven't been live in 50 days. I mean, like, there is a you know, when we're in like severe weather season, for example, we're live almost every day, so I think people just kind of get used to it. When we have these like one like stream a week or month sort of things, it's not nearly as known for the first part of it, and then the second part of it, it's also not a full-blown outbreak today. I mean, there's a chance for a small-scale tornado outbreak, but it's also relatively small in total square mileage. I mean, it's mostly just this area. It's a very small part of the United States, if you know what I mean. So, I mean, I wouldn't even consider it a fall off. I'm just saying, like, in general, it's not a huge day, and we're also in December. Most people aren't watching tornado outbreaks in December, or tornado events, because they're usually not as big of a deal. Now, Saturday, I think, will be a big deal, but today is just kind of like, I would say, a prerequisite to what we'll actually see on Saturday, because I think Saturday, we're gonna have also more storm chasers than we have today. We have 2 today. We'll have like probably 5 or 6 on Saturday. I know Brandon Kopic's gonna be out there. Corey Gherkin presumably will be out there. Mezzo Hunter maybe. Connor Croft I think will be back. I think there's gonna be several people out there Saturday. So I do think we'll have a much bigger day Saturday. Now again, it is December. People are usually not really talking much about severe weather, but it will be something we'll go live for, even if, you know, the viewership's low. I really don't care. I think it's a pretty big day for Saturday. We do have a new SPC mesoscale discussion. A new tornado watch will likely be warranted in western Louisiana. If I had to take a guess, this one will probably go until midnight. So central and southwestern Louisiana will be in the track of the upcoming storms here. Tornado risk be still elevated even into Louisiana. Again, the 10% hatch tornado risk is only in southeast Texas, but we could still see an isolated strong tornado even into western Louisiana. We are currently entering the peak of the tornado threat today, in my opinion, and I've been saying 5 to 8 will be the peak for tornadoes. I still think that holds true. So, again, we are still watching right now for the peak of the tornado threat over the next few hours. Still have 3 tornado warnings in effect. And we also have a storm right now near the Eldon area that has been trying to organize. Ton of lightning. Not really producing anything quite yet in terms of a tornado, but might try to produce something here soon. So we're watching that closely. Yeah, we might be live a lot of Saturday. I'm not sure if it'll be all day, but it'll probably be a large chunk of Saturday. I'll know more tomorrow. We're gonna have a video tomorrow morning. We'll be talking more about Saturday. Yeah, we're mostly focused on today in this stream, but we'll know more tomorrow with some of the more of the the convective allowing models coming out. Should help to decipher a time. But I would guess right around or just after lunchtime is when we would start on Saturday. So probably pretty similar to today. Thank you, Vlad, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. Alright, we do have 2 storm chasers. Let me go back to... Let me put bottom right. We'll put Mezzo Hunter. He's approaching one of these 2 storms. Let me figure out which one it is. I think he's approaching... It's updating right now. Alright, he's near John, Texas. Or Saratoga. So he might be going back for the storm near Quincy. This one's also starting to rotate a little bit. So still got strong rotation north of Quincy. It's pretty broad, but strong. A little bit of rotation also north of where Corey is. And we still have 2 little couplets here around Devers and Isetta. Thank you, Silver Snow, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. You think the worst is past Houston? Yeah, I think Houston's probably winding down. Again, I think the next 30 minutes is all we'll probably see, and then it'll wind down. Thank you, Christina, for becoming a 3-month member. I appreciate that. Thank you, Adam, for the super chat. We're getting a lot of crows from Houston and Waco. What does that even mean? Whoa, look at Corey. This is Corey's view right now. Very ominous skies on the tornado warning that's near Hardin. Very ominous skies. Is this live coverage? It is live. You're live.
I didn't see Max's post.
Thank you, Rebecca, for the $20 super chat. Put those in the chat for Rebecca. Appreciate the generosity. Oh. No problem at all. Appreciate the generosity. I'm glad I can help. I did make a tweet earlier, for the record, that did say mustard is terrible.
I don't think this next one's gonna do it either. It needs to get
Did make that tweet earlier.
Thank
you, Nolan, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. The Storm Chaser is in Saratoga, Texas, just outside of Batson. So close to the kind of middle tornado warning that's been weakening. And he's also live on Radar Omega, so you can see him inside the app. He's right here, just northeast of Hardin. Also east of Liberty, we do have rotation there as well. This storm over here near the old River Winfrey does look very interesting. Wouldn't be surprised, again, if this tries to organize. It's definitely trying to. We also have a storm near Port Arthur that's developing, but nothing really rotating there. The tornado warnings all expire in 3 minutes, aside from the one east of Liberty, so I wouldn't be surprised if these two just end up expiring and not getting a new warning. So we might be down to 1 tornado warning, and it would be this one here, west of Bevel Oaks. And then anything southwest of Houston at this point is just lightning and rain. Really not much else to it. Not really seeing rotation down there. And just for perspective, this is where we are currently at for our tornado risk. Again, we could still see an isolated strong tornado outside of the hatched area, but the hatched area for tornadoes is probably about 60 to 70% now done with the tornado threat, or at least getting close to being done. The tornado threat is really moving now towards Jasper and Beaumont, and eventually, obviously, going into Louisiana. Again, this tornado risk will continue for the next 6 to 10 hours, probably. It's going to last a long time, so we'll be live for as much as we can on this. But currently speaking, the greatest threat for the next few hours is going to be in Southeast Texas and Southwest Louisiana. Thank you, Jay, for the super chat. DFW probably not going to be in the risk this weekend. It'll be mostly across the lower Mississippi Valley and the Dixie Alley. Thank you also, Chris, for the 7 months. I don't know what that was. Thank you, Sandy, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. We just said in the chat, I mean, I'm guessing it refers to Christmas. They said, mine was merry, I'm glad it's over. What? What's that even mean? You had a good day on Christmas, and then you just didn't want it to continue? Alright, 2 tornado warnings are about to expire. The one north of Quincy is about to expire. The one in Hardin is about to expire. And then this one here might actually end up just getting canceled. I wouldn't be surprised. So, a little lull in the action right now. We'll continue to wait and see what happens from here. A little lull in the activity. I'm honestly glad that we only have 6,000 viewers, though. Like, I would love to have more people, but it's also way easier to read this chat. Like, and actually, like, read chat when nothing's happening. Alright, 2 tornado warnings have just expired. You'll see the pink boxes go away in a moment. So we're just down to this one for Liberty County, Texas. Velocity Squad charity coming soon. It is not easy to organize a charity. I'm not sure if I'll actually do it myself. Maybe once we get bigger or something, but not easy to do. This is live with Mezzo Hunter. He is back up near John, Texas. Very calm conditions here. A lot of rain falling. Also, is Mezzo Hunter too loud or too quiet? Just let me know in the chat. He's not talking, it's just rain, I'm pretty sure. Imagine if Max got a low taper fade. Imagine? That'd be massive. Your thoughts on Drake May being a bust? Bro is not a bust. The entire Patriots coaching staff and everybody else on that team is basically a bust, but Drake May is not a bust. Same to you, John. Merry Christmas. About 15 minutes ago, we did have a tornado, or a delayed report. But about 15-20 minutes ago, we did have a photo of a tornado in Dayton, Texas. This is from Justin Aaron on Twitter. That's the tornado that happened in Dayton, Texas. Again, just a little over 20 minutes ago now. Little rope. I'm pretty sure this one did end up roping out. It didn't just, it was a small little condensed tornado that came down in Dayton, Texas. And if you guys do see any photos, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. We'll continue to retweet stuff as well on there. You plan to put the warning scroller in time on the Storm Chaser graphic. What do you mean? Adam, I don't know what that means, but I appreciate the super chat. This is something we were working on. I don't know if I have it ready to go, though. I don't know if I can put it on here. But I don't think I've publicly shown this yet, but I do want to show you guys something that we've been working on, which is a new overlay. Let me see if I can find it first. Not sure which one it's going to be under. It might be this one. Oh, full screen to a chaser? Yeah, we might add that in the future. It's definitely possible. It's not this one. Yeah, we'll probably add a time overlay to our Storm Chaser graphic in the near future. Alright, this is what I was going to show you guys. So we were working on a new overlay. This is an example of it. Download 11. I'll show you guys here in a second. It's just downloading. So this is a potential new overlay that we could use in the future. Is this right here. So this is comparing and contrasting. The biggest difference would be that we don't have this top, like, left thing hanging out anymore. It'd all be condensed to the top. Time would also be at the top of the screen. And then on the right side, we would probably still have our Storm Chaser sticking out, because I kind of like that. You being able to see the Storm Chaser more clearly. I feel like that's still good to have it kind of sticking out a little bit, so that'll probably still be there. But this is kind of our new thinking for a new overlay in the future. It looks cleaner. The Storm Chaser sticking out will still look a little weird, but I feel like it's just better. I think it's more clean. I'll probably do like a vote or something on Twitter in the future, or Facebook. See what people think. Is Arlington still in the risk? I think the severe weather risk was removed from Dallas-Fort Worth. Or it's you're basically out of it already. There are a couple showers popping up on the backside of that trough, but nothing severe. Where does cheese curd go? It would just replace my camera if I ever... I could click a button and just have it replace my camera view or something. Anything in San Antonio? Nope. San Antonio's also done. How was my Christmas? It was pretty good. It was cut a bit short. We had to go back to the weather studio to cover today's thread. It was cut a little short. But I'll probably, after Saturday's severe weather outbreak, we'll probably go back for a few days. What's the main concerned areas for Saturday? Yeah, pull it up. Let me put Mezzo Hunter back on the bottom right for a moment. This is what we're looking at for Saturday. And again, we're gonna have a full video talking about this tomorrow, so if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. But Saturday, we're likely gonna have an outbreak of severe weather, perhaps even a tornado outbreak. So again, if you are new to the channel, subscribe and click the bell icon so you're notified if and when we do go live, which will probably be live. I don't see why we wouldn't. It's like a big day on Saturday. We got some big lightning right now in Louisiana. Let me go full cam to this. This is live in Shreveport, Louisiana. Very windy. That is a roadway. This is the traffic camera in Shreveport, Louisiana. Just had a big flash of lightning here a moment ago. There's a lot of wind here. Also go full cam to Mezzo Hunter. Yeah, the accident was definitely cleared. The roadways are normal again. Hey, CM for the super chat. If someone puts cheese curd down after holding them, is that a CC drop? Oh man, that's actually pretty funny. Guys, I would show you cheese curd like I was going to like an hour ago. I'm pretty sure she's still sleeping. I can like get the laser pointer and show you guys. Like I can get her in here, but she is still actively sleeping, I'm pretty sure. She was literally awake, I'm pretty sure, for the last like 12 to 16 hours or something, so it's actually nice that she's sleeping. She was meowing at me like all last night. Tornado warning does continue for 7 more minutes near Corey Gherkin. That's near Desetta and Devers. We might have a view with Corey here in a few minutes. We'll wait and see what happens there. Any updates on Woodville? Not as of right now. Just looking at some storms in the vicinity. The only storm that I'm concerned about for the next 20 to 30 minutes is really this one. Maybe the one near Cove. Everything else is pretty tame. Yeah, I did see the rotation near Hemp Hill on this storm near Pineland. It was pretty broad earlier. It's still relatively broad in my opinion. They only have a special weather statement on that storm now. And the other storms back over south of Shreveport, for the most part, are really just wind. Some gusty winds, rain, and lightning. Alright. We have no tornado warnings anymore. Wow. I think it's the first time in about 2 hours that we haven't had a tornado warning. Will these storms weaken once the sun goes down? I don't think so, honestly. I think the severe weather threat is going to continue. Even into the evening hours. I think it's going to stay pretty consistent. We are in a little bit of a lull right now. But I really still think right in this area, we're going to have something in the next couple hours. So. Small little lull in the activity, though, for the time being. Confident the warnings are going to start popping off again? I think so, too. Just a matter of when. Rotation is starting to ramp up back over near Wallaceville, so we are starting to see rotation here now. I'd say the next storm that we need to watch for is really this one near Wallaceville. It's a little disorganized, but we got an inflow and a pretty big hook on this. Right along Interstate 10. This will be the next storm to watch. Pull up Cam 48 in Louisiana. Corey's stream is down right now. This is Cam 48 in Louisiana. This is over in Shreveport. It should pop up in a second, unless I'm on the wrong one. Oh, there we go. Somebody's pulled over? Is that why we're pulling up Cam 48? I guess we caught somebody in 4K. Well, maybe not 4K, but you know what I mean. Somebody was speeding. Or something. Go back. We'll go back to here actually, because all of our storm chasers right now are going through low signal. They're having a bad day. It looks like it. Does look like it. We'll have another radar scan in a second on this storm near Cove, east of Houston. Have that in just a moment. Your counter still says tornado warning. It does do that sometimes. Honestly, I don't remember the reason why, but it's not a glitch. It's just like the warning is technically still there, but it's not. I don't know. It's weird, but it's definitely canceled. So it's no longer ongoing. There's no confirmed tornadoes right now. With that said, this storm near Old Winfrey River is definitely trying to organize. We are watching this storm for really our next tornado threat across the board. Our rotation's definitely strong aloft. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a tornado warning on this at some point soon. Just south of Liberty. It will eventually go towards China, and it's on track for Beaumont in the long term. A lot of lightning with this storm. It's a very favorable environment here, right near the coast and just north of the Gulf Coast. So, can't wait for all the bug fixes when you finish college. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that we need to improve on the quality of the stream. One of the biggest things, again, that we added recently is this whole, like, array of cameras that we can just easily, basically, put into our stream. So we have, like, an entire database now of cameras that we're going to have that we can just easily implement into our stream when needed. I only have 7 camera slots right now, but, I mean, we could add more easily. Like, we have more camera slots. I just have 7 cameras active. So, that'll help a lot. It'll be able to help us basically transition between cameras without having to, like, look them up, if you know what I mean. So it basically saves me time, and it also saves me being able to focus more on what's happening on radar or what's happening on that camera or whatever. So it's a pretty big upgrade there. And we'll also have pretty soon a setup where we'll have 3 different cameras at the bottom of our screen instead of just one. So you'll be able to see radar still in big picture, but several more cameras that are related to what's happening out there. So big upgrades are coming. Big upgrades are coming. Ardmore, Oklahoma is pretty much done for today. Maybe just a passing shower up there. How do I read the radar? I read the radar with my glasses. And my eyeballs. Hope you feel better soon, Debbie. I got sick right before Christmas, too. I'm just getting over it. It was like some sort of, like, cold or something. Tulsa's the same thing. You're not really seeing anything up there today. Are people on Twitter overhyping Saturday? I mean, there's probably people overhyping it somewhere, but I mean, it's not really a. Let me go ahead and pull up Saturday. I think Saturday has the potential to be an outbreak. I mean, potentially, again, a tornado outbreak. Again, the simplest thing that I usually use on videos and stuff is the tornado parameter values. And again, they are relatively low to medium on Saturday. They're also very spread out, and we're probably going to have several rounds of severe storms, which means that we could have a couple different rounds of tornadoes on Saturday in the lower Mississippi Valley. Threat really is going to be from southeast Houston back into western Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana. So this is definitely by no means the highest values that I've ever seen. But I mean, they're up there. They're high enough for there to be concern for a tornado outbreak, and especially with how widespread the area is that we're looking at. It's a pretty large area in the lower Mississippi Valley. I originally didn't buy that Saturday would be a big day like a day or two ago, but it's definitely been uptrending. It's going to be a negatively tilted trough on Saturday, I'm pretty sure. So it just kind of aids to the risk there of us seeing the potential for potentially several tornadoes. So tornado outbreak very, very well in play on Saturday. Have a good night, Nicole. Appreciate you tuning in. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Tyler, Jasper, and Newton counties in Texas, with a tornado possible label, I believe. Or no, there's just a wind threat. I have a little bit of rotation north of Pineland as well right now. That new severe thunderstorm warning will pop up, and there you go. That's near Kirbyville, Jasper, and Newton. Not really rotating, just a lot of lightning and a lot of wind heading towards those areas near Newton and Kirbyville. That's moving to the northeast right now. I memorized the words on your tornado scroller. That tornado scroller is gonna be gone here pretty soon. We're gonna get rid of that. We're gonna use those new overlays, and we're getting rid of that scroller. It's very repetitive and it really doesn't serve much of a purpose. I already kind of mentioned a lot of that stuff, so we might add it. Like, we might have it still, but it would be like something that just pops up when a new warning's issued instead of being there 24/7 when we're looking at the same warning. So we'll see. We might have it still. It just would be more condensed. How's it going, Colton? Welcome back. I really want to get my cat cheese curd. You want to get cheese curd? No, I know a lot of you guys have been waiting for cheese curd. She's been sleeping literally the entire time. Alright, I'm gonna see if she's awake, since we don't have any tornado warnings. I'll be back in a second. Let's see. This is cheese curd right here. Get my chair? She's now sitting in my chair. And now she's running away. Hi, what's up? You gonna come back and look at the camera? She just had a big yawn. Somebody just said have kids instead. Bro, what? What do you mean? I actually have to get a girlfriend for that first, and that's never happening, so. The cat is not impressed. You can get a girlfriend now that you're famous? That's not how it works, I'm not gonna lie. Like, you know, unless I have, like, at least, if I hit 1 million subscribers, I think there will be some intrigue there, but, like, even then, like, that's just not a selling point, in my opinion. What's up? What are you looking at? This cat's giving me weird looks right now. We're definitely gonna get a cat cam, though. That'd be pretty fun to have on stream. Over to Mezzo Hunter. He has a lot of lightning right now.
Oh, nice.
How's Tennessee looking for Saturday? We'll have a video tomorrow talking all about it. Talk all about it in a video tomorrow.
There's been one already, I believe.
Fun fact, I got a $40 Culver's gift card for Christmas. I might be using it tonight. because I'm hungry. Oh, big CG right there. Whoosh. New flash flood warning was just issued for Tyler, Jasper, Hardin, and Newton counties in Texas. Radar indicated.
Lightning is definitely picking up. Good sign.
Max seems like the kind of guy who takes his cat for walks. I've had this cat for like 2.5 weeks. Or 2 weeks. It's been about... Yeah, it's actually... I don't even think it's been 2 weeks yet. Sounds horrible in Newton? Well, there's a lot of lightning, so that's the biggest reason why. Hey, KD, for becoming a 13-month member. Am I planning on doing a 2024 wrap-up video? I'm not. I mean, like, I would do something like that. I just literally have not had time to do stuff like that, so... But it would be a good idea. I kind of wish we did one. It's also hard to put together because we had so many different moments this year. So it makes it hard because I'd have to literally find timestamps for everything and like have an editor do all that. It's a very time-consuming project to do. Thank you, Waco, for the super chat. Waco, Texas missed the severe weather today. Yeah, it was mostly to your east, which isn't honestly that surprising. I didn't really think we'd see that much severe weather in Waco. Hey, you nerd, as well, for the $5 super chat. So, the name Cheese Curd, Cheese Curd was named Cheese in the shelter, and I was like, wow, how ironic. Let's name it Cheese Curd. So that's how that came to play. It's literally because she was named Cheese in the shelter. I was like, that's very fitting. Am I keeping the cat? I think so. I think I'll be adopting it next week. More than likely. I can't say for sure yet, but pretty sure I will be. Thank you, Tim, for the super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you, Billy, also for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Check the bats. Is there bat stuff happening? Do we still have bat stuff going on, even during this time of the year? I don't see any bats flying off right now. Thank you, Sandy, for the 11-month membership. You're almost to a year. Sheesh. Thank you to all the members, by the way, of the channel. I appreciate your all support, as always. I know we haven't really had a whole lot of live streams recently, and I haven't been able to thank you guys, but I do appreciate all of you guys being members if you are one. Helps out the channel a ton. We're doing a ton of upgrades, a lot of it behind the scenes. We're obviously upgrading some stuff on the screen as well, like our overlays and whatnot. So, a lot of upgrades happening behind the scenes, and also, you know, I don't know if I said this already. I think this is more new than like anything, but we actually, the camera that is right here that you guys see me with, that camera is new. I don't think we had this camera on our most recent public live stream. But it is actually a very expensive, like, 4K camera, 60 FPS. It's way better than the other one that we had. So, and also, you can see the light much more clear than before. You might, if you go back to my, like, last live stream, you wouldn't see that, unless you're looking at, like, a member stream. It was way more blurry, so we actually have a higher quality camera now. That's one of the more big upgrades that we've done recently. We also have a new main monitor. The monitor that I'm using right now is about 230 hertz or 280 hertz or something. So we do have a new monitor as well. Where's Funko Max? This is a Funko Pop that somebody mailed me. I got a Max Velocity Funko Pop in the fan mail. You guys didn't watch my fan mail live stream. All the fan mail, like cards and stuff, was opened on that stream on our second channel, which is More Max Velocity. There is a link, I think, in the description to that. So if you want to watch that and you did send me fan mail, I more than likely opened it in that stream. Somebody sent me a Funko Pop of myself, which is pretty lit. Thank you, Cameron, for becoming an 8-month member. Appreciate that. And also Michaela for the 6 months. How did I get that made? I didn't make it. Somebody fan mailed it to me. Rip to North Texas Weather Center. North Texas Weather Center is still a thing on Facebook. It just isn't anymore on YouTube. And I mean, it really can still be on the second channel. I mean, I'll probably still upload North Texas stuff on there sometimes, but that second channel that we have is more just for random stuff and random, like, severe weather stuff, or random, like, videos that are just very localized that I wouldn't do on the main channel. There isn't much else to the second channel. It's really just there for extra videos and whatnot. Thank you, Adam, for the super chat. Appreciate the super chat. My wife loves Funko Pops. How do we get one of those? It's not for sale. I mean, it was just somebody that custom made it for me, so I don't have actual Funko Pops. Thank you, Marax, for the 4 months. Yeah, I mean, it probably will be. Saturday's gonna be a big day, I think. We'll definitely be live for most of Saturday. I mean, so far, this severe weather threat, like, right now, is kind of at a lull. I'm not sure if it's gonna rebound. I feel like it will, maybe just after sunset. But right now, it's in a lull. If it's able to rebound again, we could have another strong tornado, maybe even a few more tornadoes here in Texas and Louisiana, perhaps as far north as Arkansas, but I think the risk up there is low. But honestly, Saturday is going to be the bigger day. Today is a lower end day. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning just southeast of Liberty for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Honestly, though, if we do have a tornado that comes out of any storm, it would probably, again, be the one near the coast. Like, this one has a higher favorability of producing something here soon. Cheese Curd is currently laying down on the ground right now. I could probably get another face cam in here. I have more face cams. Let me see if I can get one for Cheese Curd here. I just don't know where the other... I have, like, 3 different face cams, and I don't know where this one is. Give me 1 second. Back to my other bot. I can probably get a cheese curd cam going here, since nothing's happening. Okay, we're gonna try. I have an extra USB slot over here, so it works out. Okay, let's see. Let's see if we can make this happen. Add video, that, and then that. Give me 1 second. Okay. Trying to get this camera to work. Give me 1 second. Wait, can you guys see this? Oh, you guys can already see this. See Cheese Curd right there. She's just laying on the ground. Alright, give me 1 second. I gotta try to get this camera more into focus, though. Also just lost Mezzo Hunter. Alright. There's Cheese Curd. That is a live shot of Cheese Curd. Yeah. Zoom her in a little bit more. Just chilling. Imagine, I feel like we could make some memes with that. It's pretty funny. It's a she. She's 6 years old. So a little older. I think she was the oldest one at the shelter, if I'm not mistaken. Like, she was Like, nobody else, for whatever reason, she's been there for a month. She's really chill. I mean, I don't know why nobody was going for her, but she was kind of hiding a bit. Like, she was kind of in like a cage where nobody really saw her, so it was kind of a problem. Actually, for the record, I looked at like 15 different cats. She was like the last one I looked at. Thank you, Stray, for the super chat. I appreciate that. I mean, if you do make a super chat for the cat, we'll probably end up getting just more cat toys or something. She likes the, like the wand ones. That's like her favorite. She is 6 years old. And that's cheese. This is again a live shot of cheese. So Corey Gherkin, we're gonna put the cat there. We'll definitely make a cat cam though of some sort. Catnip, I got our catnip toy. She was pretty addicted to it the first like day. It's definitely something that you're supposed to do in like moderation though. You don't want to do it like every single, day or whatever. We may have a tornado trying to drop right now in Louisiana. Rotation's picking up near Zoeli, moving northeast towards Noble and Many. Might have a tornado trying to drop here. Probably get a tornado warning here in a moment on this storm. Hey, Spring Forward for the super chat. I'll probably be adopting her. Again, I haven't officially adopted, but I will probably be adopting. Unless for some reason somebody else adopts her beforehand. Because, I mean, she's being fostered technically right now, so. It's the latest radar scan near Toledo Bend Reservoir. Actually going over the water right now. It's really the strongest area of rotation that we have on radar. A hook echo and everything. Pretty impressive looking storm. Should put some cat furniture in the background? Maybe. I was thinking about it. Thinking about putting a cat tower in here. I have a second cat tower coming in. I got one off Costco. So, see what that looks like. The one I have right now is falling apart so fast. Like, it literally got it like 2 weeks ago. Just, it's very wobbly, so. Is the live camera frozen? Let me refresh it. Send to 3. Yeah, change the label of this. Excuse me. Thank you, JB, for the $5 super chat. Any tornado concerns for Friendswood or Pearland? No, not at this point. The tornado watch has been canceled for the Houston area, so you guys are good. We're done with severe weather. At this point, the remaining threat should be mostly confined to this area. So over the next few hours. We could still see tornadoes further east. It'll just be later into the evening and into the overnight hours. Oh, you're fine, Hayden. It's not a big deal. I thought just the camera froze in general. You guys do see any photos or videos on Twitter, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX. As a reminder, if you're not already, make sure to follow me on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, and TikTok. We post to all those platforms a ton. Instagram has blown up recently. We are up to like 20,000 followers. We had like 1,000 like a week ago. Our Instagram Reels, for whatever reason, have been popping off on there. So we are actually pretty popular on there. Also, quick update. This happened half an hour ago. But this is live, bottom right of your screen, in Shreveport. You'll see it in a second. This is still happening. So, yeah. Very interesting. That pullover has been happening for a while, so I'm guessing it's a bit more than just speeding. So, a little update there if you were curious. I know some of you have been here for a while, so you probably saw that earlier. Also, new severe thunderstorm warning in Louisiana. That's on this storm. Tornado possible label is also on this. And I wouldn't be surprised if we do get a tornado with this as it moves towards Zoelle. Many, Pleasant Hill. This includes Sabine County, Texas, or Sabine, and as well as Sabine County, or Sabine Parish and DeSoto parishes in Louisiana. Otherwise, not really anything rotating for the most part. I will be live on Saturday. I would give it a 99.8% chance that we are live on Saturday. I don't know why we wouldn't. I honestly think Saturday will be 2 to 3 times bigger than today, especially with how much more mileage it's going to be covering. It's going to be covering a much larger area. It's my Culver's order. It varies quite a bit. Changes depending on my mood. Sometimes it's the chicken tenders. Sometimes it's the butter burger. Sometimes it's a kid's meal. You never know. Varies on the day.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Alright, we do have a brand new tornado warning for Louisiana. And technically a county in Texas, but it's really just Louisiana. This is going to include Sabine County, Louisiana. And as well as Nachito Oches County, or Parish, sorry, it's Parish, in Louisiana. If you are in this warning, seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Get into an interior room of your home or building. Again, this rotation has been ramping up here for a little bit. Continuing to move northeast. Again, stay in your safe place if you are in this warning. Any flicks for becoming a 6-month member? I wouldn't rule out a strong tornado with this. I mean, again, it's not tight rotation yet, but wouldn't rule out a strong tornado with that as it moves northeast. Do I like Chick-fil-A? Chick-fil-A is pretty good. I think it's a bit overhyped, but it's not bad. Alright, new radar scan coming in right now. I want nachos. Nachos sound good. Nakadoches. Thank you. Alright, here's the latest radar scan. Still pretty strong rotation right now near Zoelle. Do we have any cameras in this area of Zoelle? Alright, we have camera 25, which is near this. Let me go to 25. We do have a camera. It's in Alexander, though. It's not necessarily that close to this. It's just the closest camera to proximity. Or Alexandria. Oh, that's pretty far. Okay, it's a dead zone. Never mind. We don't have a camera. Are there none along I-49? That is a dead zone. Alright, yeah, we don't have any live cameras in this area. But we do have strong rotation, moving northeast. This has become pretty rain-wrapped already. It was very organized before. It's definitely becoming more rain-wrapped over the last few minutes. How does a radar confirm a tornado on the ground? So there's many ways. If we have a tight velocity signature, this isn't tight, but if it was tight and we had a debris signature on the correlation coefficient, then we could potentially say that there's a tornado in progress. And you could also maybe see a debris ball on radar. There's many ways to do it, but the main way that most people do it is using both velocities and the correlation coefficient. And if we have some sort of lower level of a CC value with a tight velocities couplet, in a lot of cases it is a tornado. But it does vary. It varies quite a bit, actually, depending on their proximity to the radar site and all that sort of stuff. We will have another radar scan coming in a moment. This is the latest one, so again, rotation still somewhat strong, approaching Zoelle and Loring in Louisiana. Velocity's going away from the radar, still strong. A little bit weaker going towards the radar. On track right now for Pleasant Hill and the Roboline area. See if I can get a track on this. Not the track I meant to draw. I'm still getting used to this drawing tool. Not very good with it. Alright, we'll go with that. Let's see. Storm's moving 55 miles per hour to the northeast. I'm going to do 50. So there's an ETA on this particular tornado warning cell. So Loring at 6:05. Zoelle at about 6:07. Again, it'll probably be sooner than that. Belmont 6:15. Marthaville 6:21. Pleasant Hill at 6:22. Shamrock 6:23. Halfway past the hour for Allen and Ajax and Harris. And then eventually about 45 to about 50 minutes away for Fairview Alpha, Skitter, and Saline. Yeah, that's a general track of this particular tornado warning cell. Thank you, KJ, for the 7 months for Max's drawing lessons. I'm a great artist. Thank you, Todd, by the way, for the $10 super chat. I was expecting a crazy good coverage from my home state of Wisconsin based off your love for Culver's alone. Appreciate the generosity, and the Culver's influence, I guess, is making the coverage better. Thanks, Chimpston. Have a good night. No debris signature right now. Rotation's still on the stronger side of things. It has become more rain-wrapped as well. And moving northeast towards 120. She is sleeping, by the way, if you're curious. Little look at the cheese curd camera. She's now fallen asleep. How's it going, Turtle? Welcome back. Yeah, ETA is estimated time of arrival. As of right now, this is really the only storm that has any signs of trying to produce a tornado. Everything else is wind and lightning or rain. Not much else to any of these other storms. It's really the main storm right now. How was my Christmas? It was good. It was good. Cheese Curd's doing well as well. How do you super chat? It's the money symbol. If you want to super chat. You can also donate on Venmo with the Venmo thing in the description if you want. By no means do you have to donate. Not required. How's it going, Scarlet? Latest radar scan as of 6:01, moments ago. Rotation is still on the stronger side of things. Strong winds going away from the radar, weaker going towards the radar. As of right now, they did say that they were going to issue, excuse me, they were probably going to issue a tornado watch in western Louisiana. We've yet to have one, so there's a chance that we don't get a tornado watch in western Louisiana. We'll have to wait and see, but as of right now, I'm not super confident that we're going to get a tornado watch in Louisiana. If the trend continues like this, where we just have mostly wind and lightning, nothing's really organized. I'm surprised this one's even still rotating, because the hook echo's gone away entirely. Looked more organized before. No problem, Karen. Appreciate you tuning in. It's funny, I wake up and 4 out of the 5 cats are on my bed. It'd be pretty funny if I had like multiple cats. I only have one, but it'd be funny if we had like multiple. Who's chasing? We got Storm Chaser Mezzo Hunter. It's the first time we've had him on our stream. And then we also have Corey Gherkin today. And then on Saturday, we're going to be live Saturday. We'll have over double the amount of chasers that we have today. We'll have Corey, Brandon, Connor, probably a few others. Would be my guess. So, definitely adding on. There is a chance that we have our new overlays ready to go for Saturday. We'll have to wait and see, but we might have our new overlays by then. If not, I might do it just after the stream. Is the threat over for Houston? Yeah, Houston's pretty much done. Yes, a moderate risk is possible on Saturday. What's the threat for Alabama on Saturday? Again, it's gonna depend on where you are. Western Alabama is where we're gonna have the more significant threat. And again, tomorrow morning, I'm gonna have a video breaking down that storm in depth. So make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Click the bell icon so you're notified when that video does come out. Again, we'll have a video tomorrow morning talking all about that. I'm not gonna talk about it too much tonight, because again, I want to wait for some more of the convective allowing models to come through with their latest run. And then we'll go from there. Because that stuff is pretty important. Because we're really using some raw data right now for what's going to be happening Saturday. It's just a little too early to really get into specifics. Latest scan, rotation's much broader here in Louisiana, so probably not going to see that tornado warning for much longer. The hook echo has been kind of going away as well, so definitely a much lower chance that that stays in play. Overall, again, every other storm that's on the radar right now, for the most part, is just rain. Or at least storm activity that's not, like, rotating. A lot of lightning out there. Some damaging winds. But again, not really seeing much here across the board that looks that significant. The only storm that has any cause for concern right now, really, is the one in Louisiana. The couple in Texas are really just wind, which is concerning, but not, like, tornadic... Not tornado concerning, if you know what I mean. Mr. Velocity, aka Scott Hansen of weather. 7 hours of commercial-free weather. Imagine. Any concerns about Pasadena? No, not at this point. Thank you, KJ, for the super chat. Appreciate it. Oh, by the way, I don't know if you guys saw this from my last live stream, But bottom of your screen, we now have all the text at the bottom is now white. Do you guys like that over the black? I think it stands out more on the bottom with the red background. Not commercial free. I've had like 1,000 ads. You should not have any more than just the ads you click on when you click on the stream. Alright, they have issued a new tornado watch. We'll get to that in just a moment. Thank you, also, KJ for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Rowo, for the $5 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. Glad you enjoyed the Milton coverage. Alright, new tornado watch was just issued. So they have gone ahead and issued a new watch. Apparently I have to look at camera 60 as well real quick. Let me pull that up. Oh, camera 60, yeah. There's just some traffic. Alright, let me go to the tornado watch. Well, they have kept pretty strong wording here. They have issued a new tornado watch until 2 a.m., stating that a couple of strong tornadoes are possible across central and southwestern Louisiana, and then also across eastern Texas, including Jasper and Port Arthur. And then ping pong ball sized hail is possible, and then scattered damaging wind gusts around 65 miles per hour will also be possible. Gonna be honest with you, I mean, strong tornado potential is still definitely there. I'm just not sure if we're gonna see it. I still feel like it's conditional. So it could happen, it might not happen. It's gonna depend on what happens and evolves over the next couple hours. And we've been in a bit of a lull when it comes to the severe weather here for the past hour. But it'll probably end up ramping back up here a little after sunset. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible label going towards Beaumont, Texas. That is a new warning there. Beaumont is included in that new severe thunderstorm warning. But yeah, again, new tornado watch has been issued. And again, that'll go all the way until 2 a.m. tonight. Teach cheese curd to use the mouse in the keyboard. Absolutely. We will have a new SPC Outlook coming out at 7 o'clock, I believe. Yeah, at 7 o'clock, so see if there's any new updates there. It's 7 Central, right, for the new SPC Outlook? I always forget during this time of the year. It's 7, not 8, right? Cheese curd. Hi. What's up? Cheese curd has awoken. What's up? Rotation on the tornado warning is broadening right now. Any concerns with flights and flight delays in the south? I would say it's going to be pretty isolated. Just depends on if you're flying into any storms or anything. I can't show you cheese curd. She's already walked away. Oh, nope, she's coming back. See what she does. Hi. What's up? She is currently talking to me. She wants to be on camera again. Trying to get the camera adjusted. There she is. Her head's getting cut off. There we go. Again, that's live. That's cheese curd right there. Tornado warning has just been updated. It is still radar indicated. Again, near Robeline and Pleasant Hill. The camera, that face cam I'm using is not an Elgato camera. It's actually a Logitech. The Elgato one's the one I'm using. Do we have a tornado on this? Like a little tornado? Got a little TDS signature on the last couple scans. Not sure if it's matching up though with the velocities or the reflectivity. May have a small tornado right now near the Bayou ski near Belmont. A little debris signature there. I'm not 100% sold it's a tornado debris signature, but I wouldn't rule it out. Velocities are very weak, so. Yes, there's Cheese Curd. She's shockingly not moving around. She usually moves around a lot. She's just kind of chilling. I love her colors. Do we have an icon? We don't have an emoji for her yet. I'll add an emoji at some point. We'll definitely add an emoji for Cheese Curd. Somebody just said that cat is fat. Yes, she is slightly overweight. She's not that fat though. She's just slightly overweight. We're working on it. Problem is, she was in the shelter for like a month, so, you know, she's not really getting much exercise in there. She is also very fluffy, for the record. Yeah, she is pretty fluffy. Thank you, Ellie, for becoming an 8-month member. Appreciate that. Too much cheese. Too much cheese. It's back to just laying down again. Just laying down. Just chilling. Very chill cat. She's very chill for the most part. She was very... I don't know why. Like, last night and this morning, she was just, like... so active. How old? She is 6. Thank you, CMC, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate it. Appreciate the generosity. There's a tornado on the ground, I think. I think what we just saw in the CC was some sort of contamination. I wouldn't rule out there was a brief tornado here. It just, the velocities were very weak, so. Tornado was on the ground. It might have been. I'm not 100% convinced by the CC signature, unless there was some sort of observation of it. It was kind of in between the... It was just south, really, of where the hook is, and it was kind of in like a lower reflectivity spot, so sometimes we can get some level of contamination there. But nonetheless, obviously, it was almost undoubtedly on the briefer side of things. A little update, by the way, on that Shreveport live camera. For the police pullover, there is now a tow truck there, so that is taking a turn. Just giving you a little update in case you were wondering, because I know that it started like an hour ago. So thank you, Michelle, for becoming a 6-month member. That's awesome. Thank you also, Anna, for the 8-month membership. Yeah, I gotta trim her nails at some point. That's gonna be a pain. If you're over in Beaumont, Texas right now, the main concern is damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. The tornado risk, at least for right now, is on the lower side of things. The only tornado warning that we have, again, is in Louisiana. It continues for 12 more minutes. I really don't think this will continue for 12 more minutes. It'll probably end up getting canceled. So we're just awaiting. See if that does end up getting canceled. And if this warning just ends up getting canceled and everything else remains tame, there's a pretty good chance that we'll end up just taking a break for this stream and then coming back later if needed. Because, I mean, right now it's just very quiet, not much happening. Unless something happens with this Beaumont storm. I mean, like, the Beaumont storm is, like, the one thing that would be more concerning. Velocities, again, just very broad across the board. So, we'll have to wait and see. But for the record, I mean, again, Saturday's probably going to be a long day. We'll almost undoubtedly be live for 6+ hours, so. But Tornado Watch does continue for another almost 8 hours here across Louisiana and eastern Texas. A long Tornado Watch. Huge shout out to Adam with the $50 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Adam. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you, Adam. I don't know what that means. Turkey loaving? What does that mean? Is she waiting for a turkey? What direction's the Beaumont storm moving? It is moving east-northeast at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. I could see that storm activity down here actually leading to a localized flooding risk, since it is kind of just training right now, kind of in the, the west-southwest to east-northeast direction. That's interesting, Grace. Does loaving mean anything? Or is it just a position? This tornado warning near Pleasant Hill probably maybe get canceled here in a few minutes. Probably end up getting canceled. Be back down to no tornado warnings here in just a few minutes. Will New Orleans get? Probably just mostly damaging wind threat overnight. It's a low risk. Some lightning, some rain. Very, very low tornado risk. Let me check out the latest HRRR model run and see if there's any thing here over the next few hours in terms of maybe an uptick. Let's go full screen to this. Check out the tornado parameter values at 23Z. Yeah, so for the next few hours, really the greatest tornado risk is going to be right along the Gulf Coast. It's going to be right in here. So just around and east of Beaumont, and then back over into southwest Louisiana is really where the greatest risk for tornadoes will be over the next few hours. So, And after that, the tornado threat will continue into the overnight hours. It's going to be pretty low, though, all the way through Louisiana and Mississippi. A couple small little spikes here near the Gulf Coast for tornado parameter values. But I have to say, I think we've kind of gotten past the peak of this tornado threat. I think the peak has already been crossed. I thought the peak would be 5 to 8. It hasn't really been 5 to 8. It was more like 3 to 5, kind of, 3 to 6. Again, we could see another peak happen with this activity along the Gulf Coast. If anything is able to become a bit more discreet, but for the time being, it's definitely struggling a little bit. And anything, the tornado warning also in Louisiana has now been canceled. So at this point, there are no active tornado warnings. And so far, I mean, over the last hour or so, things have been relatively tame. And so with that said, we're probably going to go ahead and wind down the stream. Again, if needed, we will go live tonight. Again, if needed. If nothing really happens, though, the next time you'll see me on a live stream will be Saturday. There's also a chance that we'll have a video tomorrow for sure. But our next live stream will almost undoubtedly end up being Saturday. So again, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below and click the bell icon so you're notified when we go live. There's still a chance we go live tonight again, so just make sure you have the bell icon clicked down below so you're notified if we end up going live one more time. I personally doubt we'll be live again, but there's a chance that we do. And tornadoes will be possible for the next several hours, so continue to stay weather aware. I'm going to get some food, though, and then, from there, if we need to go live, we will. Thank you guys all so much for watching. Appreciate your support. Thank you for all the super chats and new memberships. Real quick, I'll do the gritty since we were able to hit that goal. And then we'll end it. First max velocity gritty in over a month. Sheesh. Alright, thank you guys all so much for watching. Appreciate it. Have a great, safe rest of your night. If I don't see you again, we'll be back again on Saturday with a much longer live stream, more than likely, and then also multiple more storm chasers. It should be a much more interesting day on Saturday. Again, in the Dixie Alley and the Lower Mississippi Valley. We'll have a video tomorrow morning talking all about that, so make sure you stay tuned. Thank you guys all for watching. If I don't see you again tonight, I will see you guys all again in the video tomorrow morning. Bye-bye.